Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The Keshe Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization founded by nuclear engineer Mehran Tavakoli Keshe, is introducing to humanity the science of the universe, plasma science. Keshe Foundation develops universal knowledge and space technologies that provide solutions to major global problems, revolutionizing agriculture, health, energy, transportation, materials, and more. The application of plasma science in the form of specially developed plasma reactors and other devices will give humanity the real freedom to travel in deep space. Plasma science exists throughout the whole universe. It is here and it belongs to you. Our knowledge, research, and development regarding the plasma structure has progressed to the point of enabling everyone to participate in the process. Become a creator and understand the work of the universe for the good of humankind on this planet as well as in space. The use of megravs, nanomaterials, GANs, liquid plasma, field plasma, and other plasma technologies have come as a new dawn for humanity to progress and work in harmony with the universe. Conventional technology applications are wasteful, damaging, and cause pollution to the planet and all living beings. Plasma science provides solutions and improves existing methods and use of resources in all aspects that touch the lives of all beings. Plasma is defined by the Foundation as an entire content of fields which accumulate and create matter, and is not defined by its physical characteristics like ionization or temperature. Also, with plasma science, we understand how we can convert matter back to the fields. Quoting from Mr. Keshe, MEGRAV stands for magnetic gravitational, which means plasma absorbs or gives. And every plasma has the both. It has give and it has take. And when they can't find the balance, they distance themselves until they find the balance they can give to the others. That they can receive what they want to receive and give further. Certain atoms and molecules release and absorb magnetic or gravitational fields. Released fields are available to be absorbed by other objects. The Keshe Foundation has developed a way to gather these free-flowing fields from the environment within a resourceful and beneficial new state of transitional matter, which M.T. Keshe named GANs. The first step of the process of the formation of various basic types of GANs is nano-coating metals. This is carried out either chemically by etching, steam coating with sodium hydroxide, or thermally by heating, fire coating by gas burner. During either coating process, gaps between outermost layers of atoms are created. The residual coating is often referred to as nano-coating, defined by the structured layers of nanomaterial, which build up during the creation process of the coating. Nano-coated metal in interaction with other various metal plates in a saltwater solution creates megrav fields. These fields then attract available elements to form a specific GANs, which collects and settles at the bottom of the container. This GANS is formed from independent energized molecules like little suns that can be used in various applications.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for July 14th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the participants, whether you're designated a host, co-host, or just a guest, you're all welcome. This is a roundtable discussion, and as we're learning more and more, all souls are equal. Well, we have another beautiful workshop. It almost seems like it's too much week after week to absorb all this knowledge, but we know the soul is working and absorbing more, and we're using, as we just showed in this video, we're using the matter state to reach that level of understanding of the pure interaction of fields without any matter state. And this is the direction Mr. Keshe is asking the knowledge seekers to move into. Of course, this issue of killing, again, it's not only each other, and apparently the vertical people, which we call the plants, or the horizontal people, the sheep and the lambs and the cattle and the rest of it, we still have a war against them as well. So we're going to have to elevate to a higher position and move away from the killing. And what he stressed in this workshop is we have that ability within all of us to create the inertia, to create the fields that we need to actually feed ourselves more and more. We have such a beautiful structure that we know 80% of our energy is, in a way, automatically absorbed from the environment, the universe, and so on. But we need to fill the gap of this 20%. Because since all souls are equal, they have a right to exist as much as you do. We don't quite understand it fully, but we're learning a new way to operate, and this will, I believe, extend the life of the physicality. As indicated in the workshop, many of the problems we have come from the digestive tract. And of course, as he said in the past, most of our trouble is the things we put in our mouth. And of course, most of the time it's other creatures in one way or another, depending on how you look at it. And of course, that's the reason for the World Peace Treaty. Again, thinking that we could move beyond this matter state with an elevation and enlightenment of our knowledge to understand the energies within the structure of ourselves. And as I've recalled, the Keshe Foundation is opening the mystery of the matter state of entity to its energies, meaning you and me and the rest of the created beings on this planet. And if the planet can operate without killing, the premise is that we can do the same. And we use the matter state to reach this level of understanding of the soul of the man, that it can feed the physicality of the man if we create the right fields, the right inertia, and the rest of it. So this is a very peaceful technology. It's applied for peace. It's used to create peace, but things have been unsettling in the bigger picture around the globe in the recent period. We saw in May the attempted assassination of the President Fico in Slovakia. I think I understand that. And then later on in the May, about the 19th, the Iranian president was killed. And I'm sure there are other presidents in Africa and other leaders or underlings that have been taken out in the same manner. And of course, now we see an event that happened yesterday with the American president. So we elevate the soul of these people, world leaders, religious leaders, and those who operate behind the scenes. And that's why I think this is the most important work we can do today. Things are being put in place to create more warmongering and more killing in this entire structure. And as we understand, it's in the last 3,000 years, we've had 5,000 wars on this planet. So, as Mr. Keshe said, it may take a big event in a way, or fear of our own demise for us at certain levels to accept this technology. And hopefully we don't have to go the hard way. We can go the easy way and accept the technology without understanding it. I think we have to also elevate the scientists on this planet that they can accept the technology without fully understanding it. They confirmed it works, they've tested it, but yet they don't understand it. And we've heard this before, so therefore it doesn't exist. So we elevate the leading scientists on this planet that they'll be enlightened to understand a little bit more of the technology, maybe not fully understanding it, but again, accepting that it does work. And this is the same with us in the cell phone. We don't have to understand how the cell phone works to use it, or the jumbo jet, or even your automobile sitting in your garage. We just get in it, turn the key, and off we go. So it's the same with the technology, but obviously there's some pride among the scientists that they don't want to appear that stupid, that they really haven't realized the powers within the universe and the energies within each and every one of us to do things that we always thought were unimaginable. And this is where Mr. Keshe is taking us, for those who have an ear to hear it. And of course, the technology is all about peace, so we're usually starting with the World Peace Treaty, a very simple document you can find on the Keshe Foundation website, World Peace Treaty, Peace Roadmap, and a number of other things relating to peace. We know this technology is all about peace and elevating the soul of the man to a peaceful, permanent position, as well as the soul of this planet. But it does seem like the soul has achieved that. He said the soul of this planet has, or this planet has, managed to exist without killing for billions of years. And perhaps moving away from taking matter state energies to sustain ourselves will provide a life extension in so many ways, that we can feed off the fields and without going through the full digestive tract and taking other entities' energies to sustain our own. So we usually start with the World Peace Treaty. Again, you can find it on the foundation. You can download it, print copies of it, hand it out. Or as I've been doing lately, just asking people at 3 o'clock every day, and I tell them we're keying off Central European time, which is 9 p.m. Collectively, we're gathering on the energy level to deliver energies or fields or emotions to the soul of people who are in great need on this planet. And this is part of the work. But we must find peace within ourselves, and then, of course, peace in our environment, and then peace with the universal community as well. So there's a lot of work, Mr. Keshe is saying, that you can do with yourself in elevating your own structure, elevating your own soul to this permanent, peaceful condition, and then sharing it with the others. Okay, so we will read the World Peace Treaty and all get on a page of calmness, peacefulness, and emotional balance in so many ways. I know Randy was just telling us a story about someone who found some peace just drinking the Gans waters. But anyway, let me read the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, your nation, your territory, your council, religion, city, town, a body, or souls. Simply put your name, your signature, your date, position held, again, on behalf of your nation. You can stand in the balance, actually, for your religion, for your city, your town, and pledge them to peace, even though you haven't seen it manifested. Have it witnessed, and of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, what we see going on around us in the news and the other places makes this seem like it's so far off, we'll never achieve it. But probably in true reality, we're closer than ever before to reaching that tipping point where the soul is elevated, and of course the soul decides to change the dimension within the dimension of physicality of world leaders, leading scientists, and religious leaders to move into that direction. But it's not a day job, and it's going to take quite a lot of work, and we'll cover that a little bit more in the Creating the Dome of Peace later on in the program. Anyone have anything? We do like others to interact. If you'd like to say anything. Randy, do you want to share that story about the plasma water again? Or
Yes.
perhaps maybe later. Okay, great. Thank you.
I was asked to attend a farmer's market, and I only had an hour to prepare. So I just took some white 1-liter jugs, put a label on it explaining about plasma water and plasma energy. And one guy walked up and I talked to him about it. He said, okay, I'll take a liter. And then later on that night, he called me back because my phone, he took my business card. He said, what is that? I said, well, it's plasma water. I said, you know, if you want some more information about it, I can send you some videos. He said, well, I drank 1 cup of it, just a small coffee cup, and I've never felt so much peace in my life. I think I better come learn more about this and drink it. So now so what I did is I sent him the Keshe YouTube website, told him to start with the kids videos and go from there. Now he's coming back for his second 6-gallon jug of water. So folks, sometimes just giving the water out itself and let the energy do its work.
Yes, it seems to know what to take from the body and what to provide to the body of the man or the plant or the animal as well. And as I said earlier, we're using the matter state. We're considering GANs as a state between matter and the plasma, or a transitional state. Gas is a nanosolid, or the gas that makes a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. But it has quite a bit of energies to touch the physicality as well as the soul of the man. And that's one of the reasons we release the GANs waters on Sunday. It seems to know where to go and what to do, providing balance. And it's something for our physicality to do. But again, we'll cover that later. Thank you, Randy. Yes, just having a sip of GANs water can change your whole dimension of understanding, in a way that there are energies available. But that all leads to the energies within your own structure and using those in a way similar to the creator. And this has been hidden from the man for so long. And these little things of GANs water and nano coatings, and it is all leading to the interaction of energies within our own structure. And as Mr. Keshe said, the whole time, you knowledge seekers, in a way, have been the target of all these teachings. So it's a beautiful understanding, never been revealed before, but we still have a lot of feet dragging, apparently, on this planet. And of course, the way to reach them is through the energies you produce, or the fields you create collectively, as we share those energies for the elevation of the souls who are so low, they haven't even realized how low they are. And again, I'm not saying I'm any better than anyone else. We're all trying to, in a way, practice this understanding and apply it in our lives. But it's for each and every one of you, to me as well, to find this key within ourselves that opens up this dimension of working with energies more than working with the matter state. Thank you, Randy. That was beautiful. Anyone else have anything they'd like to share about this movement of energies, in a way? So we're going to cover today what Mr. Keshe covered in the about the ability to replicate the work of the planet and so on. But maybe before we go there, we'll go to the store and see what offers here are in the store. We have a transmutation, a continuing sessions of transmutation tests coming up in the, I think the first one, there's a series of 4. and it's July, August, September, and October. These are 2-hour sessions with small groups, and you need, when ordering this, you need to state your time zone, as they're trying to put small groups together, very concentrated, and each session is 600, or you could actually order a bundle if that's in your bailiwick, to basically save a few €100 by working in all these sessions. And as Mr. Keshe said, they're doing little adjustments to the soul in a way, switching on different things. Some of the knowledge perhaps we've forgotten, like zero-time communication and other abilities to transmute. These energies are being switched on slowly. And as he said in the last workshop, sometimes we like to wait a month between tests, because it takes time for these energies to actually settle into the structure of the body of the man. So these are very beautiful, and you're also in these tests helping to keep Keshe Foundation free, as you've become, in a way, a test subject, and we've seen the video a number of times, keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity, that this technology can be developed and shared with more and more people. Again, I don't know exactly what goes on in the background, but it's leading more and more to switching on more of our capabilities of using our own energies, as I understand it. And of course, we never realized this because we were fully enamored with the matter state of everything. And so this energy dimension was either a coincidence, or it was strange that something happened at the same time you were thinking about it, or many of these other what we used to call coincidences. But now we know, and we're understanding, all the souls are connected, they're working together, and sometimes you'll receive messages and energies from others. And it's not a coincidence anymore. It's actually part of the structure and some of the capabilities we've forgotten how to use in the past. So this is, in a way, putting little switches on, or putting energies within your structure that will start to elevate or enlighten you to this transmutation process. And we think a lot about moving the physicality, but as we heard Mr. Keshe, and who's been in a number of meetings, which we'll hear in a couple of these videos, he was there on the soul level. He said, there's no reason to even manifest my physicality anymore, as I can be there and I can be a witness of what's going on, all in the dimension of energy. So these are, again, we only thought it was for masters or others, and we do understand it does take some time to master these, but we're certainly having system assist and elevating our understanding. Energies are being put in. So this is what's being offered by the Keshe Foundation, and you may want more and more to understand this process, maybe even to if things get out of control on this planet, you may want to step off for a minute and come back when things are settled down. Anyone want to add anything about these transmutation tests? And of course, we know what's coming up in Isfahan in the next period is to use the transmutation to start the process of bringing down the borders on this planet. As if people can move from one geographical location to the other and manifest themselves, there's really no reasons for borders. So in the flight conference coming up here, there's an offer for November, and this is a conference which some very advanced lift and motion technology will be shown, perhaps transmutation, and a number of other things that'll be shown in this conference. It's a $7,500. You have to make your way to Vienna, which there will be a coordination of the people there, and they will travel to the next location. But it'll all be arranged. The passport and the visa will be handled internally by the Keshe Foundation. Again, this is a world-breaking conference with technologies of lift and motion. And he said we will show the UFO technology in a way. Of course, we saw it in the video, the UFO flying there, but again, this is matter state and probably MAGRAV positioning in a way. So it's not too much advanced to what we're doing. As I understand it, it's still in the matter state. And of course, the more advanced way is to travel the way the creator travels. But to bring down the borders and the rest of this, and to allow people to be able to move across this planet out of harm's way, the transmutation process is taking place in the background. And sooner or later, 1 will do it, 2 will do it, 10 will do it, and then it'll be available to all of us in a way. But it's up to you to open it up. This is the whole part of the teaching. And as we heard at the end of the teaching, there are no rules. You write the rule book according to your understanding, your fields and your strength in this whole process. And of course, this is a hard understanding for us, and we still need to understand some secrets of triggering this, but it's going to happen. And if a few can do it, that means 1,000 can do it. That means the entire nation can do it. And of course, will allow us to become space travelers, living in the physicality as well as traveling in this dimension of energy, as I understand it. So you'll book your tickets, whether it's for the transmutation or the Iran flight conference. On the website, you'll send your funds in and so on and so forth. Also, on the longer term is this, what we call the research teams of the Keshe Foundation, which will be set up in, I think there's one in Germany already, and there's one being set up in Sanya. There's one that's been built in Arizona. I don't know the exact progress of that and how that's progressing, but these will be the initial ones. And then I think Brazil will be added, Russia will be added, India will be added in the long term. And these are really long-term commitments. Each session will last about 12 months. And of course, the fee at this point in time is 25,000 euros. You'll have to provide your own transportation, your own food, and your own accommodations. Of course, if you know how to transmute, then maybe you'll go back and forth from your residence. But I think a lot of this work will actually reflect in what's coming up in the store in the coming time. As we know, the store has, well, you can add up all these numbers, but it's going to go into the thousands and tens of thousands, adding up into maybe 30,000 products, plasma products, being introduced to humanity, anywhere from migraine headaches to alkalizing water and many things. But you can pick which discipline within the Keshe Foundation, whether it's an agricultural discipline you'd like to find out more, or an energy, or a wellness, or perhaps a space travel. Of course, anything you develop within these structures will become, I'm sure you have to sign an agreement that the intellectual property or your creations will become the property of the Keshe Foundation. And well, I think Mr. Keshe, as I said, will be sort of supervising these projects. And then, of course, this is a 3-year term, so you could sign up for, depending on how you like it. And he said this is not a 12-month cycle. You're making really a lifetime commitment to the foundation in a way and to humanity. But this is a wealth of knowledge that's going to be created here. And my feeling at this point will be this is where many of the products will come out of the research groups manufactured by some of our partners and then put into the Keshe Foundation to be offered worldwide to all inhabitants of this planet, including the vertical and horizontal people. So that's the offer. But let's, if we can go back to the transmutation, Mr. Keshe mentioned something about this. And if you see that little symbol come up, just hit cancel. For some reason, there must be something going on. But back to the transmutation session, Mr. Keshe mentioned something at the after the break on this, and let's just see if we can go to it right now. And I think maybe around here, What I'm going to do is to put up the transcript as we have been doing. And of course, hopefully we'll start somewhere around here. I think I need to back this up a bit. And we'll start here. And this is what he's talking about, the sessions coming up, the Friday sessions. Of course, we're understanding that they will be a Thursday offered. I thought it might be this past Thursday where you can come in, there'll be no charge, and you will experience, hopefully, if your desire is to experience that, an elevation of the soul. And this will be a public meeting and there'll be no expenses. It'll all be gratis to you. So one of these Thursdays, if you're in the meeting, I don't know if it'll be announced in advance, but have your cell phone charged up and your headphones ready. This is part of the protocol of these sessions. Whether that will continue that way, I'm not positive, but it does sound like that. But let's hear this offer of transmutation. This is not the Thursday. He's talking about what's going on Friday. And of course, you don't, this has been going on, I think, from perhaps December of 22 and into 23 and 24. So, but what Mr. Keshe is saying here, that even those who have attended many of these sessions, that doesn't give them any advantage over ones coming in now to start from the beginning. But let's hear Mr. Keshe explain this.
Down your question. Okay, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to continue? Do you have some other news you would like to tell us?
No, thank you very much. As usual, we carry on. It's just please those of you who are coming in for next week session completed by next couple of days, because we have to allocate locations and areas you're in. And hopefully it'll be very interesting systems to observe and to monitor next week as we make you ready, hopefully, to go for the final pushes up for you to learn how to transmute and how to bring energies in the body of the man to be able to travel this part of the universe and don't rely on your two-wheelers in the Chinese firework. If there are any questions, we try to answer.
Okay, thank you. We have several questions in the Q&A, and we have a hand up. So let's ask one of the questions in the Q&A first, and then we'll go to Sasha, who has the hand up. We have a question from Leomar from the Brazilian community, who says, for those of us who were not able to attend the Friday sessions of the first semester of 2024, can we achieve any progress in the sessions from July to September? Thank you.
Yes, they're totally different things, and in a way, it's much more advanced. And yes, if you were in the back before, you might get there, or you should get there much faster. It's another part of learning. And who comes in now is not exclusive who's been there before. Is it something which I explained to a knowledge seeker in the past, and I explain again today? The teaching of Thursdays is a teaching the physicality of the man. You'll learn about Ganses and the rest. The sessions of the Fridays, once a year, month, is education of the soul of the man. Does not come into the dimension of physicality, and it does not have exclusivity. And in a way of educating, teaching, how to be able to detach and the rest of it, and how to elevate and how to concentrate. And you've seen this if you go back in the first sessions of the first few time, A lot of people used to get bothered by the noises people used to make, by the other disturbances, and now it's irrelevant. They're there because physicality doesn't listen anymore. And this is the same thing. It's not exclusive of the few people who come in, is what you call is for anyone to join in at any time. Unfortunately, we cannot record the teaching of the soul by the dimensional fields of the universe.
So again, if you've missed any of these sessions, don't worry, because you can come in right at this point and perhaps even elevate above those who've been in the sessions. So there's no limitation. It's not that you need to be in the first sessions in order to achieve from the next set of sessions. And this may continue even after November, perhaps, or perhaps in 25. I think there's a lot of things that need to be added and to be settled in. As he said, this 20 to 28 days of these energies that you're interacting with in these sessions.
That you can have a session and join in. And you can listen later on. That's why we keep it this way. And trying to keep it into a cycle of 20 to 28 days is because some of you might have noticed as we elevate the soul, you might have seen by the cycle of the man some changes in dimension of physicality, emotion, even physical changes. And this is what we gradually start looking for, because when you transmute from one position to another, you change your physicality, because the soul has received, you allow your soul to receive fields from other strength of the universe. And you might see changes in the physical dimension, in emotion or physicality or health-wise, but that is part of this, what we call elevation of the soul of the man, is what I just said. In a physical teaching, like Thursdays, we teach you, you hear the sound, we give you answers, you consume the energy of the sound of the universe as we carry. In the teaching of the souls, and what we do once a month, is we transfer energies of the universe. You're not connected, I don't talk. And if some of you even notice, most of the time, not only my microphone, even my connection is blocked and I move out. Because presence of me as energy levels can affect the totality, all of you, what you learn from your soul. If you notice in some of the teaching, I go on total mute, not to receive and not to send. And sometimes when I come in with just to give or just to receive without you knowing, I ask it to be monitored. In the next week session, for a long period of time, for the first time, the daughter of Mitra will be with us, which brings elevation to the soul of the man. Is you who have to be ready for that cycle, to understand it, to feel it. And that's why we separate you in different groups. And you have to understand how you transmute, how you transfer, and what you need to transfer and what you need to transmute. And how you get your physicality to the point of transmutation, how you bring it back to the point of transfer. And what changes do you see in that position? And we'll see how the next extension will come and how we add to it as you learn more through the dimension of the soul. And it's not the exclusivity of who's been here and who's not been here.
So he's referring to these, the next extension will come. These energies he's calling extension, it sounds like to me. Learn more through the dimension of the soul. So there's energies being introduced quite subtly for the most part. I don't fully understand it, but I'll tell you, one of the things I've noticed in my physicality is getting a better handle on food and the emotion of eating and the rest of it, and seeming to be able to absorb more fields that allows me to go a little bit longer. Last year I practiced the what did they call it, intermittent fasting, whether I just consumed food between 3 and 9, and that went for a while, and then I had some things in the morning, but overall I'm not doing that now, but I'm noticing that I have some sort of control over the consumption of food, not fully, but more than I've probably had before. It's almost like I can go with it or I can go without it. And these periods are lasting, it seems, longer and longer. I'm not losing any weight. Perhaps I'm attracting more amino acids. This is what he was going into in the teachings about how you can change the inertia in a way within your structure and create different matter on the surface. I'm thinking of the amino acids that we absorb or collect from the interaction of fields within the upper environment of this planet. So this is what's happening, but as he said, they're bringing in more and more energies for you to understand not only the feeding aspect of it, but also the transmutation and what you need to transfer and go from matter state to the energy state and then back to matter state if you need to. Again, Mr. Keshe is saying in one of the video clips we'll play, he says, I don't even need to move the physicality anymore. We know we're all connected to every point across, every atom is connected to every other atom. So he's there. I'm just in some of these meetings and other places just on the soul level as an observer. You don't always have to move the physicality. But yes, I think we will learn it, and we've seen others in history transmute. For example, Christ and the Buddha. I think those were two. But we heard last week or the week before with Sasha and these monks who can learn in a cave and how they've come across this knowledge. But we don't have to have an illness or hide in a cave for 20 years to discover this about ourselves. And this is one of the aspects of immortality or everlasting life, to be able to move your energies into another position or even embed your soul within another structure if you're asked and you're given permission to do this. So these are quite profound offerings from the Keshe Foundation. And I think something happens to everyone that goes through these sessions. And of course, as we hear in the video, that the beautiful video the Brazilian team put together, this is in a way helping to keep or help to keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. That the corporations that look for these billions and to test and to do the rest of it, this will all get sort of bottled up. You may not see any of this for a generation or two, or maybe just a small aspect of it. So you being part of these processes actually helps keep the Keshe Foundation free for everyone else on this planet. So again, it's up to you to consider it and to order it in the store and then to send the funds in. Very simple process. I think we'll go back to the beginning. Anyone have any questions about this or anything you'd like to share? I think we'll go back to the beginning of the workshop again and just learn more about this idea of killing. I mean, I remember in the beginning, first, when I heard the statement, you can feed yourself without eating. And I thought this is an impossibility. There is no way. But now we're understanding this transmutation in a way, or absorbing of energies, or using the structure that we all have created by the creator to move away from this killing. And this is what seems to be the main emphasis of this workshop, that we totally have the ability to do that. And while I'm mentioning the Brazilian group, I see Hannah is here. Hello, Hannah. Nice to see you joining us today. Hannah always reminds us of the Dome of Peace on Sunday and a number of other things she does in the background. Thank you for joining us today, Hannah. And as offered to everyone, feel free to come in and share anytime you'd like. So we're going to start here where we are back together again. Let me just get the video lined up, and we're going to take a couple sessions here. And there's a beautiful drawing. It looks quite a little bit complicated, but let's just try to absorb whatever we can. And just by listening to the teaching, you're interacting with the soul of Mr. Keshe. And of course, it doesn't always come through the words. Many energies are being transferred. And again, we don't quite understand this, how a professor, a teacher, an international or a servant in a way can actually transmit energies through their soul. We always thought it had to be through the book or through the words and the rest of this. But we're learning a new understanding, and this is what Mr. Keshe is employing, not only with the human race, but with the passengers of the universe as well. They're absorbing certain knowledges that they're haven't really discovered yet. And of course, this is getting back to the mother, or getting back to the creator. We're quite enamored with the UFO community, but as Mr. Keshe said, it's just a fancy matter state, Magrav positioning. If they knew how to travel the way the creator travels, they wouldn't be in the craft. And this is where he'd like us to go, to use your energies to move across the, very similar to what you do when you go to sleep, except now it's in the conscious understanding, as I'm understanding it. But anyway, let's take about 10 minutes here and another clip, and we'll see if we can understand more about these drawings. Feel free to stop it at any time, ask a question. I'm sure there's a number of people who'd like to share what they see it or how they see this knowledge. But again, there's no formulas. If you're looking for a guru, this is not the place. If you're looking for an intermediary, this is not the place. You're the last man standing, and you create the rule book according to your understanding, according to your fields, and according to your energies. And as he said with the stars, they're similar, but each one is different. So what works for me may not work exactly the same way for you, and vice versa. And nothing wrong with that. You're the captain of your own ship. And this is what he's saying. The secret is in the brain. The spaceship is within the soul of the man, which of course we know the soul of the man is located behind the eyes and between the ears. And this is a huge revelation right there in itself, at least for the Western society of people. So let's take 10 minutes. Feel free to stop it, and we'll absorb more knowledge.
As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, we are back together again, and maybe we can back some knowledge into what I call the knowledge of the creation, and understand a little bit more step by step. In the last week's teaching, we spoke about the way man is known as a wheeler race, and what happened if we become like the rest of the universe, think in the shape of the sphere, because in a way, the shape of the plasma. If you understand the shape of the plasma, if you understand the shape of the planet Earth, which is a plasma itself, it has a solid inside. In
And of course, this is something we can all practice, getting away from a two-dimensional view of things into the three-dimensional understanding of a rotating sphere or a rotating ball or rotating energies, as I understand it. As Mr. Keshe says, he doesn't rotate like a Sufi or rotate the plasma. It's just part of his life. I think this can be all part of all of our lives and just allow it to happen in a way. I remember Mr. Keshe saying he works in this dimension 90% of the time. It's only 10% he's really working in the physical matter state. So this is a very interesting, and we all have that capability.
Way by interaction of the fields of itself, it goes back to itself and emerges again as what we call fields, which in that process, some is shared with the others and some are maintained for the life of the planet itself. In a way, if you look at the structure of a plasma, we always looked and we always understood in a what we call a strange way, but it is part of the understanding of this work, which we have to understand. We have no choice, but in a way of understanding the totality of the interaction of the fields which create a plasma, understand how this wheel, this spherical shape works, how it rotates, how it maintains its dimension. If you consider plasma in a way of what we call different shape and different structure, and come to understand the totality of its work, it's much different than what we've been considering. As the fields come, initial fields.
So he said it's much different than what we've been considering. So apparently we haven't fully understood even the plasma itself. But again, this is for you. When he says about opening this up in the plasma, it's all how you want to understand it. It's not for me to tell you how to understand it. We're all different. We have different trigger points. We have, as he said a number of times, you say the word plasma in front of 1,000 people, you'll have 1,000 different interpretations of what the plasma means. So there's no formulas. This is for you to investigate and open up for yourself, because you are a unique creation and you don't need the intermediaries, and it's for you to, in a way, unravel it. And this is what he's been saying for quite a long time. This knowledge is all about you and nothing else.
And then in interaction creates magnetic field and gravitational fields. These fields altogether leave some residual from their interaction, which these residuals in interaction gradually create what we call the spherical shape of the plasma. But as these fields interact, some of these fields move in a different direction, in all directions, and in all attributes of the work of the system. This is the life of the plasma on its own. If it stays in that shape, it will have a limited life. But it itself, in a way, is connected to another ends, which we don't see. Each one has its tails coming from somewhere, never disconnected. But in this environment, it gives us the manifestation, visualization of bunch of fields coming in, and at the same time, bunch of fields going out, which means the ones which came in again have connection with themselves in another dimension, another position. Where we look, this is the interaction of the field itself. But on the other hand, this thing is part of a universal system. It creates fields, it creates magnetic fields strength within this center due to the interaction of the fields which created it, which brings fields from the universe. This planet, this plasma, only can attract fields from the universe, which is within the strength of the fields of these creators of its origin. It cannot attract other fields, even though they're available in the universe. And in that process, on directional motion of both sides, as we see and we know, it leaves, it interacts, and it feeds this circular motion within this sphere. In the present world of science, plasma technology of the man magnetic field, there is a fallacy. And once this fallacy has, in a way, unraveled, this shows it's what we call the wrong understanding of it, is that in a magnet or in the earth plasma condition, we call it the North Pole where it goes out and South Pole where they come in. But in fact, as we said many times before, there are fields which come in from different directions. The strongest create the illusion of coming in and going out. Plus, what is fed by the plasma within the center itself by collision, by interaction of the fields of itself, which it does attract. So, in fact, is combination of the fields within this center, which sets what fields are absorbed from the universe. Then, when this plasma creates a condition that in interaction with the fields of its environment, it can create a dimension of interaction which gives it manifestation of physicality. We call it the surface of the planet. Then this surface creates a new dimension, which called inertia, which means is the strength field of the fields of the universe in interaction with the planet itself, which dictates manifestation of the physicality of the matter. In the world of the man, we call this emotion. In the world of matter, we call it inertia. In what we call life of the planet, this inertia, in interaction with the rest of the fields of the universe, gives manifestation of physicality. And as the planet grows, as the planet changes, as the layers of the material manifest on top of each other, the inertia changes. And this change of inertia comes from different emotion interaction of the physicality of the planet with what we call the soul of the planet, which is its gravitational field in the center of it.
So could we absorb more amino acids in a way on the surface or on the skin to allow us to be fed more? Or is this just a complete absorption by the soul and the soul feeding the physicality? Anyone want to try to address that? I'm thinking that we can accumulate more of these amino acid energies on the surface being our skin. And this would, in a way, it's almost like a nano coating that the energies would be sent into the solid. If you had a nano coated copper, those energies are transferred into the copper wire. Is this something that's he's teaching here? Or is this just pure field interaction? Anyone? Because I'm not fully understanding it as usual. Okay, no takers, we continue.
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute.
So,
Did I hear a microphone open?
yeah, I was hoping someone else would jump in. But so to answer your question there, it's you are correct in that assumption. The point is that there's not only one way to feed. So there's a feeding on the magnetical level, which is the skin, and there's a feeding on the gravitational level, which is the soul. And then there is a balance of energy transfer between the two, depending on the feeding requirements, which are determined by the feedback. And the communication of that comes through the emotion. The communication language is the emotion between those two. So this comes about in our understanding that pretty much wherever someone touches you, you can feel it instantaneously. And I often thought that each point on the body was a terminator for the nerve system. And so I was always kind of thinking of the nerve system as like kind of the edge of a paintbrush, let's say, where you have all these bristles. And so the body would be a whole bunch of bristles. And they would kind of respond to the touch. In a way, almost like all the nerve ends were fiber optic cables, and you just bundle them together and they form a big sensitivity field. But that's not the way it works. The skin is an extension of the magnetical field of the physicality, and so it comes in contact wherever it comes in contact with, and has a sensitivity to at that contact point. And it becomes a feeding point as well. And you know that because when you look at the surface of the earth, what we consider to be the biosphere is that narrow band that's around the crust of the earth. Go ahead, Lynn.
No, I was thinking about when Mr. Keshe showed us, or he was showing the scientists about the amino acids being formed on this metal plate, and or a large metal plate on the surface. And I'm thinking that could be the surface of our skin in a way. As you said, there's more than one way to do this, but that might help feed the physicality. We know we can dip our finger into the CO2 box and take the amino acid in that little and put it on your tongue, and that is equal to the energy of one egg without killing. So absorbing more amino acids could be, in a way, to reduce the killing. This is the whole thing. It's not really about not eating, because you have to feed on something. As he said, with the UFOs, they're feeding on something. But we don't have to take another structure and release its soul for us to continue existence. So this is why I was thinking of amino acids on the skin, in a way, as one of the ways to improve our 80% absorption of energies.
No, my Mark, the absorption on the skin is the 80%. This is the whole point, because when you look at the Earth and its manifestation, it is in the field of the sun. So the entire Earth is manifest from the interaction from the energies coming from the sun, which are continuous. It doesn't matter which side of the if it's day or night in our area, it's always daytime as far as the Earth is concerned. So the whole point being is that the energy is being transferred and then is being interacted on a magnetical level, and at that point, that interaction creates a gravitational field. This is the most important relationship. What we're missing is that other link, the link to the rest of the universe. So by missing that link, we've substituted that link for the killing. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, anyone else starting to master this idea of feeding without killing? In other words, increasing your absorption of fields, as I understand it, not so much trying to starve the physicality. Anyone working on this within their structure, or have noticed anything within their structures?
If I may add one more point, please.
Of course, if we're learning from each other.
Well, the thing is that you know that we get energy from the sun, and so when we go out into the sun, that facilitates our generation of vitamin D, which is very, very important. And there are debates on that particular subject, talking about the detrimental effects of being in the sun, and of course, there's a very strong argument that those assumptions are false. When you go out into the sunlight, you know the benefits of it, and but everything within reason, which means that reason being to fulfill in a satisfactory manner what you need. So the sun provides that for you, but not exclusively, because it has to take into account the environment, and it has to take into account the energy from the universe. And so the way that happens, of course, is it does come on your skin. And so when we look at things that we do to prevent us from getting that, we shield ourselves with sunscreen.
The blockers, yep.
Yeah. And detergents, shampoos, and of course now we have a very appealing process of shielding our vegetables, and then of course there's clothing, and then of course we can also go underground. And I think the farther underground we go, the longer we go underground, we find that, isn't it interesting that the creatures that live underground, I'm talking about permanently, they're white, devoid of color, shall we say? Actually, white is a combination of every color, but anyway, the point of the matter is that they are not differentiated by any particular color, because what they're doing is where are they drawing the energy from? they're not in the sunlight. So they're getting all of their energy from somewhere. And that becomes the answer to your question.
Should we bring them into class to explain more?
I will.
Okay, let's continue. Anyone else have been thinking about this or working on their own structure to absorb more, to move away from this killing? We know in the universe that won't happen. Of course, I believe you'll be in the dimension of energy, plenty of fields, but you'll still have to absorb and give. Okay.
Way, there is no difference between the physicality of the man, the soul of the man, and the emotion of the man, which creates manifestation of physicality of the man. Inertia is a hidden field we call the soul of physicality. And the soul of the man is what we call gravity of the planet. And what is the interaction between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man gives the manifestation of the physicality of the planet. We call it the surface. We call it the skin of the man. And this principle shows, dictates the condition that the earth, even in the position of today, these magnetic fields which we have learned so simply withdraw, and we say this is fields coming and going out. In the real dimension of the field of the universe, they are the lines of its food. It's what it feeds this planet. We don't see Earth to go and kill to feed itself. It has learned to attract, and so simply withdraw the Earth, and we say these are the magnetic field of the Earth. If the planet Earth has the ability to absorb, create condition of the attracting fields from the universe, and then with the interaction of the soul of its physicality, expand its size to what it is today, as we see on the layers of the mountains. As I always say, when we make a cut in the mountains, we see different layers of the colors of the soil. These are different emotions which created that color. Different inertia in respect to the field of the center gravity or the soul of it. If planet Earth has managed to feed itself without killing, by absorbing fields of the universe, and add to its mass and extend its life, why can't the man do the same? Why are we killing? Why are we seeing a hierarchy in possession and possessing? We have copied everything this planet has shown us. We fly like the bird. We jump like its animals. We enjoy its sunshine. Why don't we learn to feel like it does?
Okay, so one thing we can take away from this is we all have that capability to feed the way the earth feeds itself without killing. Yes.
I have a comment to the previous
Oh, sure.
discussion.
Yes.
Has to do with if we lived somewhere where we wouldn't get any sun, we'd still be in the fields of the sun without sunshine. It's like we're still in the zone of influence of the sun. And I had something, an experience that I tried, and I don't know to what extent it's similar, but to me, it appears similar. Think about the blind people who could walk on the sidewalk and they don't run into light poles because they somehow sense their presence. I tried that. I had my husband take me by the hand and we walked through downtown, and I would tell him whenever I felt like there was a pole. And it was correct. I could feel that. With some practice, you could feel it. So there's a lot of other ways we take in information and we don't know how. So
Yes, and these are some of the things I think are being taught in these monthly sessions on Friday to the soul of the man. Even
yeah,
though
that's
we,
what,
yeah,
go ahead.
go ahead.
That's why
No,
I was thinking in terms of not being like a wheel, two-dimensional in our movement. If we want to be three-dimensional, I was thinking of it, like I was saying earlier this morning, I was sitting in my chair and I was feeling what was behind me, you know, not just seeing out in front, but feeling above and below and behind and in front, everything. Trying to feel that. Maybe that is good practice to be more like acting like a spherical object or perceiving things as a spherical object.
yes, I agree. Yeah, we haven't realized about this two-dimensional and three-dimensional for the most part, I think. The soul probably has, but there may other be, as he said, we're introducing certain energies into these sessions. They're very subtle energies, I would think. I don't know anyone who's jumped out of their skin from the session or anything, but little adjustments are being made, I think, for the understanding of the soul to feed the physicality without killing, because that's one of the reasons you're there, in a way.
And I think also this ability to connect with people over long distances is, in my opinion, the same.
Oh, definitely. We all experience that. Many of us have, as someone said, you know, I thought I should call Bill, and then all of a sudden Bill calls me. That's a
And we're
zero time
so
communication.
flooded with all this input that we are not able to pay attention to these things.
Mhm.
So we need to cut back on some of the input.
Right, and not say it's a strange thing that happened or it's a coincidence, because these are actually the abilities within the structure of the creation of the man and the
And
other entities as well.
and I took some classes a long time ago from a Peruvian shaman, and he said down there the locals, they have races where they see who makes it to the top of the mountain first. And it's not so much like a cutthroat thing like here, but it's a skill in terms of the subtle energies. They take their soul and they throw it ahead of themselves, and then the soul pulls the physicality behind it, and whoever does it the best wins the race. So it's an interesting concept.
Okay. Yeah, again,
Good.
it's we're writing our own book. You're taking this knowledge the way you understand it, and it's not for me to say no, 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 you don't understand. You are understanding, and you're writing your own rule book. Go ahead, Alex.
Well, this is a great point that Irmgard brought up because the question then can extend to how does a baby become an adult? And you know, we talk about the aura and the Carillion photography, and what the Carillion photography shows is that there is an extension of the aura beyond the physicality, and that aura remains even if the physicality is cut. So in other words, let's say you take a leaf and you take the Carillion photograph of a leaf, you will see the outline of the leaf in its perfection. But if you were to cut that portion of the leaf off and take a photograph again, you will find that the original outline remains. And that becomes, if you will, the residue that Mr. Keshe is talking about. But in order for the physicality to grow, seeing as the feeding is coming from the stronger to the weaker, how can the physicality, which is weaker, grow beyond the plasmatic structure? It's not possible. So there has to be a blueprint or a form to grow into. And so this is exactly what Irmgard is just described in the race. If before the baby can grow, the aura has to grow. And so the physicality grows into the aura. And then once it achieves that level, whatever that level is, then there's a lot of other things that have to go on before it carries on to the next level. And so level by level, and you end up being the size of the adult that you intended on being. Thanks a lot, Irmgard. Back to you, Mark.
Yes, and my takeaway is we all have the capabilities to feed ourselves without killing, absorbing pure fields in a way. And this is what is being taught here. And of course, anyone in, you know, who's a dietitian or anything else, you're probably not going to find agreement with this. But this is what we're understanding, and this is what's being opened up. And actually, it's being, in a way, gifted to us or to ones who are seeking this sort of path, that we can move away from the killing other structures to maintain our own. This is an ethos you'll carry into the universe, or you won't be allowed in the universe if you do take other structures, energies to maintain your own. So this is what he's, in a way, pre-staging for you to be able to do it here, and then, of course, to take that understanding into the universe. Let's go to our next clip. Anyone else, feel free. Again, nobody's wrong. You're creating your own understanding. You're writing your own book. But there's so much in each one of these workshops. As Mr. Keshe said, they're going to be opened up for thousands of years. Centuries is not enough. But some may achieve it a little sooner, only to be there to serve the others who are there to learn it as well. Okay, this is something that was shared with us earlier today.
And in fact, if you understand this picture regarding the soul, the physicality, the solar physicality, the inertia, the atmosphere and gravity and magnetical, you'll find out you can decide where and how to change the inertia.
Okay, so he's talking about changing inertia. Let's just go back to our, let's see, I don't know exactly where we are. We're probably around 30-something minutes here. Okay, let's see, maybe 32, 34. Okay, yeah, okay. And in fact, if you understand this picture regarding the soul, the physicality, the soul of physicality, the inertia, the atmosphere, and the gravity, and magnetical, you'll find out you can decide where and how to change the inertia. So there's a few underlying preconditions, if you understand this, regarding the soul, the physicality, the soul of physicality, the inertia, atmosphere, gravity, and magnetical. So there's a few things to put together, but I think it's less complicated than it's spelled out here, perhaps. And let's see if we can, did I lose that, or are we still here?
And this is the purpose of the teaching. We saw the head of a nation kills another head of the nation to appoint what he wants. Why do we have to murder? We kill animals to eat. Why do we have to kill? Does this planet kill to sustain life and expand is what we call dimension? If the central point of this planet can feed itself for billions of years, why can't the center of the man, the soul of the man? What haven't we learned? What do we need to learn? What do we need to replicate to live? We replicate every dimension of this planet. Erupts is volcanic eruption, and we shout our emotion. It creates winds and the noise. We shout our voice. It cries, we call it the rivers and the tears of the man. Why doesn't man learn to replicate the way this planet and all the universal system feed themselves? Why do we have a spherical shape for the plasma? Because every single field which makes that the sphere creates, possesses different strengths, so it taps to the universal fields in all dimensions. Then you understand the wheeler of the man has made the killer of the man. If the man learns about the dimension of a spherical shape, that it can absorb all fields, then there is no shortage to feed the man to kill for it. Then we understand the true meaning of life, universal life, and the ethos of Mitra. Then we understand what man needs to do to connect to all the fields of the universe through his soul, to absorb what it needs in the dimension of time, place, and position, and not the time, the place, and position.
Okay, so we have the capabilities of doing this. It's just a matter of learning a few of the secrets, applying it, practicing it, and moving in that direction. But it's not going to be a snap of a finger where everyone stops eating. Everyone will grow into this at their own speed and strength of understanding.
I have a comment from my experience.
Of course.
That is, I can do without eating. Well, there's one food that I haven't been able to do without, this chocolate. But other than that, I can start the day with no eating unless I encounter stress. And that is stress either with what I perceive that I need to do or stress between people. And then I go to eat. And that I haven't figured out yet how not to let that stress get to me so that I will eat.
Mm-hmm. Causing an emotional imbalance, and then your
Right.
Default position is a piece of chocolate. No problem.
Yes, or something else.
No problem. At least you're trying to get into that. And if it's your wish to do it, you will do it. There's
I'm
no
aware
question
of it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I also know that when I don't eat, then my brain power sort of dwindles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so we're learning a lot again about our own creation and our capabilities, these energies within us that can be released to, again, bring wellness, bring feeding, create travel conditions, and probably energies in the matter state to even light things up. This is not beyond the capabilities, I believe, of the structure of the physicality and the soul combined. Okay. Now, since we've had all this mayhem, as I said earlier, with the Slovakian president and then the Iranian president, I think the fellow in Slovakia was Fico, and he was opposed to the Ukrainian situation. And then I don't know the exact reasons behind the Iranian president, but Mr. Keshe is indicating he was at the meetings on the soul level, and it was a well-planned execution. So let's go to understand a little bit more, I think, about this. Let me just see the planned murder of a president. Then, of course, we just had President Trump, former President Trump, involved in some sort of attempted murder, which appears the case. Again, there's not been enough facts out to show anything either way. But we'll learn a little bit more about what Mr. Keshe said his capabilities are, and his capabilities are our capabilities. But we haven't gotten there yet. As he said, it's going to take some time for man to master this, creating that point of energy and to be there. Okay, so this is a clip from 113:40. There are actually 3 clips in this one. Oops. The 113, the 132, and the 153. So let's hear more because everything is relevant to us. What Mr. Keshe is saying, he's not wasting any words. We may have heard something in one of the other clips, but we'll repeat.
We have the situation now in the state of Iran. Criminals are running crazy from the top to bottom. And we have to find a solution for it. From head of the nation down to the bottom. Murders, killing, everything else has all come into one. And all in the name of God. You have to find out what name they use and what's the purpose.
And again, we're just thinking of presidents or important officials here, but we're involved in that same process every day. Just because the plant doesn't have a mouth and it can't scream and the rest of it, and it has green blood, we're still involved heavily in this process that we need to move away from. So every little bit that you can add into your structure, you're replicating the work of the creator in so many ways. The creator doesn't kill any of its creation to exist. And we can follow in that same footpath or that same footprint.
Any other question?
Question from Antonio in the Q&A. Thank you for the teaching today, Mr. Keshe. My question is, when we understand that we can live without killing, will that then affect all animal life on this planet and become a planet where killing will become a thing of the past for all life?
Yes. Yes, 100%. 100%. You see, we kill on this planet to survive. We kill on this planet to enforce our opinion. We kill on this planet to show our power. Depends where we are and what position we have. Man in the jungle kills to eat, to survive, to live another day, to suffer more and more of us. What you call a governor or whatever kills, or a man and kills a wife to show his power. And the head of nations kill to show they're what you call, they're powerful, and they decide. And this situation with the killing has been keeping us busy for the past few weeks since the killing of the Iranian president. And we've seen the fruit of that killing, or what you call it, the aim of that killing. What was behind it, and what I said weeks ago. We saw it coming to fruition with one man trying to be in power for and decide for. And even the life of a president wasn't important. And we've seen the reason of it, the way it was set up, and what's come out in the past few days, that it was a well-planned months ahead in advance to organize the killing of Raisi, the president of Iran. What for? For man to stay in power? Is that a hunger we cannot satisfy? Or to possess? And this is the same as Sasha said. What's the purpose? Who's benefiting behind it? What's the reason for it? the president of Iran was killed to satisfy hunger of one man. And that man is lethal if he comes into power. We've seen it with North Korean head of state. He even killed his own brother. We see the same replication with the kingdom in another part of the world, one brother kicking the other brother out. And what for? Depends on our power and position and what it is to gain from it. Question number 2.
Question number 2. If we want to create this selfless energies, which is really we can absorb higher strength of energy or different kind of energies from the space. So we need to create that within us without depending, as you explained today, of the energies of whatever physical things. So we can use these emotions within us to create that kind of an interaction, to create that selfless energy.
Yes, what is interesting when knowledge seekers start learning how to use connection of the field and how to, not to transmute, but put a point in something that you need to know and what you get from it. That will be achievable. I was talking to some people and I explained to them what I thought about the decision and how they came to a decision and how this decision stands in wrong way or right way or whatever. And I said, what you discussed in your meeting, I wasn't in a meeting. I was never even near the meeting. Is not correct because of this and this. And one of the guys says, Mr. Keshe, how come you are not in the meeting, but you know what is discussed in the meeting and you're very precise about it? I said, man needs time to learn in what we know as a... I don't need to be there physically. My soul is present. Very recently, when President Assange was killed, I was asked by the Iran head of military, what is my opinion? Within hours after the accident, I said my opinion is a murder. And I know how it's done, I know who's carried it out, whose decision. This baffled Iranian military. And so my openness, I have no fear to tell them what I did. And when the truth came out, I was asked by the Iranian military, how did you know? I said I was present, both in decision making and in carrying out. That's why there was no need to be. And when I gave advice, it was very clear. I said, if you accuse Israel or the others, look for these signs. Have you seen these things? And there was no answer. And I explained the reason for murdering the Iranian president. And what I passed on as information was so precise. And that's why Iran never accused Israel, and they saw some malfunctioning and the rest. But it was a planned execution. And both my soul was present in the time of execution and in the time of decision. And this is what needs to be understood. We don't need to be where we are there in dimension of, and we don't choose to be. Our soul, as is like that every field is connected to every point, is what you tap into. And we don't need to be everywhere in a physical dimension. And we don't need to manifest in every dimension. But through the line of connections, we can be aware of when we need the knowledge to. This is where I tell you, when you go to another planet, you get the soul of the planet and you speak the language and everything. If you understand the way the universe works and we understand, you're at every point if you need to know what is in that point. And that's an art which man needs to learn. And this, what I tell you, is past 6-8 weeks, which there were some knowledge seekers who were present when I gave my opinion about the execution of Raisi, sorry. And it's turned out to be correct. The Iranian election confirmed the correctness. The place, the area, and the way it was brought into prominence and the way it was set up, it was all planned months ago. And it was just a matter of choice. The time. One day I unravel how this all works and how you need to be in there.
So we have these very same capabilities. It's almost similar to what they call remote viewing. It seems very similar, but as we know, many people have taken this Keshe Foundation plasma technology and called it something else. So looks like they could own it, like quantum theory and the rest of this. So it's a very similar thing. We can use our soul to be in different places in the dimension of energy. And as he said, I don't need to move the physicality. I can just set up a point, but it'll take us some time to master this. But this is another one of our capabilities. Not only can we feed ourselves, but we can move in this dimension of energy and even manifest the physicality if needed. This is all part of the transmutation. So Mr. Keshe seems to say that he doesn't even need to move the physicality because his soul is present. And all of our souls are connected to every other point in the universe. It's just a matter of us finding out. So remote viewing, the same as the work of the soul. The Keshe plasma technology, again, they call it quantum. It's actually magnetic fields in motion. So this is what's being opened up in a very beautiful and step-by-step way. Remember, Mr. Keshe is a master at teaching and the way he's delivering this. And never, he said, in the history of the universe has knowledge been dispersed so rapidly and so beautifully to a civilization, as I understand it. Now we could go to the other part where, again, the technology within the hand of the Keshe Foundation is so deep about the embedding emotions within these chips, and it'll help us in a way and help the AI to give it a brain cell and an emotion that it acts properly, let's say. And this was another one of the questions. We made a clip about it, but it's coming up to the 3 p.m. hour, and this is normally where we do the Dome of Peace and the others collectively working with the souls. So we have a beautiful structure. Mr. Keshe is unraveling it slowly. The feeding is there. Why can't we replicate the work of this planet? The transmutation in the dimension of energy is there. We're starting to figure a little bit of this out. And also, we know the wellness factor is also part of it. But we're getting some system assist, as he said. So this is a process that's ongoing. Hopefully, you'll take up the offer of the Keshe Foundation to participate in these monthly sessions. And of course, be there every Thursday, because you may have a surprise with the elevation of the soul. If it's announced, I don't know if it'll be announced before or just before the workshop starts. So, and as he said, you can't really replicate this and put it on a file to be able to re-experience. You'd have to actually be there. So Thursday is very important in the next number of weeks. As he said, you could experience an elevation of your soul, if that's one of the things you'd like to see happen within you. And of course, elevation of the soul leads to enlightenment, leads to a deeper understanding of this knowledge. So all in all, it's all working beautifully together. We don't fully understand it, but more and more will come to this point of being able to amazingly do some of the capabilities, which will become quite normal, I think, in the future. This will not be strange. This will not be something extraordinary. It'll be quite ordinary for people to do most of this. And it'll be accepted the way we accept other things in this structure that we live in right now. Okay, any comments anyone would like to make before we go to the Dome of Peace? I did want to play that other one about the emotions, embedding emotions, but we're going to go to the Dome of Peace, I think. Okay, and the first step is to release GAN's waters. And of course, the Brazilian team and Hannah and the others reminds us that every Sunday you can release GAN's waters collectively at 12 p.m. and or 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time or Central European Time. You can make any sort of GANs you'd like. I think this is what he told Anna Marie when she was talking about the truck. So this is something for the physicality to do. It brings balance. The GANs has this intelligence where it knows where to go and what to balance out. And we heard that from Randy earlier about the gentleman who took some GAN's water and found out how peaceful he felt after. And this is certainly the sign of a GANS in process of bringing the balance. So this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace. It may be more acceptable for some because it's something for the physicality to do. If you don't know how to make a GANS, you can contact one of the other knowledge seekers, or you can go to the Keshe Foundation wiki and learn how to make a GANS. Gas is a nanosolid. And then, of course, you take the waters above it. And then that's what you release into the environment to bring balance. And again, the Chinese have been doing this for a decade or longer. And it's up to you. Nobody's keeping track of what you do, but we do thank the Brazilian team for reminding us. And this has become a pattern in some of our lives now, that every Sunday, without fail, we find a way to release the GANS waters in certain different environments. Or, as Mr. Keshe said, don't forget to do your own place where you exist, in the building or in the stairwells or around the building and the rest. So let's hear the first step of the Dome of Peace, which we're quite familiar with by now. Thank you, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Ah! Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so that's step one of creating the Dome of Peace, releasing GANS waters. And again, you can release it anytime you want, but Sunday at 12 or 6 p.m., 18 p.m. CET is the time we're doing it collectively. And there is more power, as I understand it, or collection of fields happening when we are operating in a collective manner to bring about a change, because there's more fields available. And now we go to the second step of the Dome of Peace. And of course, this replicates itself in so many ways with daily intentions conducted by the Brazilian team, which you can join on Wednesday, or you can join a daily intention right here, 1 a.m. Central European Time, 2 a.m. Central European Time. Again, for the elevation of all souls on this planet and to create this peace dome. This is a formal meeting that you can go to on, I think it's keshbrazil.com, or you can find it on Telegram or a lot of places. And we thank the Brazilian team for really leading us and pushing this sort of work on the soul level, which is the way we reach. The matter state of releasing the GANs is good. It's something for our physicality, but we take that work of the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So think of those GANs as going out and spreading fields and bringing balance. Now we do the same thing with the soul of the man. So you can join the Brazilian team, or, you can join the Universal Council, which the Universal Council invites the Keshe family, Universal Council family, in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time. Again, you can adjust your clocks or adjust your time and figure when the 9 p.m. Central European or Central European summertime comes your way and participate in this. There's no formal meeting, but it's just a group of energies joining together to elevate other souls. And this is what Mr. Keshe has been teaching us. So you can join the Brazilian team, you can join the Universal Council, or you can join both, either way. And as Mr. Keshe said, it's not just once a day or once a week. You can move into doing it all the time. Oops, okay, so let's go back to the second step of the Dome of Peace before we take our 5 minutes of silence.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the guns, waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, so we basically understand what's going on. I thought I'd bring this from Selena from a few years ago about peace and the rain dance. How the American Indians and others used to dance for rain. And Mr. Keshe concludes, now we can use our souls and dance for peace. Hopefully you can see the comparison in a way, or the understanding from the matter state of stamping our feet on the ground in a way, or the way the Indians used to do it, maybe they still do it today, into this understanding of energies. So world peace and the rain dance. Again, think of this as something, we're using the matter state here, our energies though, and then applying this to the soul energies. Thank you, Selena.
I heard the lesson from the Greg Biden. He was talking about the Indian people, American Red Indian people. When they want rain, they dance in the dirt. They think the rain is already happened, and the dirt is muddy, watery, so they're dancing in there. So when they do that, and then suddenly rain comes. So in this situation, we can think about the peace treaties happen. So we can feel that in our heart, and we can enjoy the negotiations done for. So we can be happy and feel about that in our heart. So that way we can try to, right? We can pray and we can do that too. I am always doing that. So that's why I'm telling you that, and that way too we can try. It's already happened.
Beautiful.
Something with what just was said about Red Indians making a dance on the dirt and making the rain. Why does it happen? We maybe at that time couldn't explain. Maybe now with the knowledge we have, we can explain how correct they were and replicate it with what we call, with the support of knowledge seekers involved, we are endeavoring into to create the reign of peace and the negotiators. Scientifically, I explained this some times ago. I don't know if there is a recording of it somewhere or not, or somewhere, whatever time. The Red Indians with the rain dance I've actually created a scientific motion and a notion for creating the what we call the condition for rain without them knowing. The body of the man contains water. The body of man, when beats the ground, creates a specific frequency which is connected with what his body is made, which is 95% water. Now we know scientifically that thunders, or lightning, which is called, it starts from earth up, not from the cloud down. And when you can get a number of people dancing to a rhythm, which the same as what we call in homeopathic, the strength of the field of the water, because now it's not a hammer, it's the water which beats the ground. You can, if you get it right, create the energy release that is trying to reach the man, to reach the sky, to bring the condition of the cloud and rain. Scientifically, all of us, we can do. If we get enough number of people, and if it's done with the right, what we call beat, as we call it, as we spoke last time on Thursday teaching, we create a condition of mono-energetic, which goes from ground up as it's trying to reach us. It reaches the sky, it collects the particles which can relay. And once you start one rain, the rest will follow. So scientifically, it is, with the knowledge we have, the Red Indians, knowingly or unknowingly, created that condition of the release of the energy from the earth up, which, as we know, leads to the creation of the lightning. But in that process, leads to creation of gathering of the moisture and the rain. They created the rain to come with their own answers for the frequency of the water. We understand homeopathy and how the energy is released. And then if you do it long enough, you can create the first energies from earth up, which then it leads to creation of the cloud and rain. So now, if instead of the Red Indians doing the rain dance, the knowledge seekers do the peace dance with their soul and their thoughts, I'm sure the rain of peace will rain upon the Vienna team.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But we need it, and we need a lot of support. It's not going to be an easy job. And it's not going to be a day job. Once we reach it, then we have to establish the next steps, building up the trust. And it's a lot of work.
Okay, so I just thought we'd set in a way to see, again, using the matter state of the stamping on the ground and the rest of this, how we can create the conditions for rain. He's saying, Mr. Keshe is indicating we can use our souls to create that rain of peace. And this is what happens in the Brazilian meeting. This is what happens every day with the Universal Council, joining again at 9 p.m. Central European Time for the elevation of all souls. Specifically, he was talking here about the 5+1 peace negotiations, which are still going on, as I understand it, and other souls. I think we need to add in the scientific community as well as the world leaders and the religious leaders. So I thought that would, in a way, give us an example in the matter state of how we can use these energies within us to create this rain of peace across the planet. As Mr. Keshe said, this is not a day job. This is not something you put in the oven and a few hours later it's done, and it's going to take a lot of support, and it's going to take a lot of energies. So we need to raise the collective awareness of the souls on this planet that they can bring the change. And apparently, the Universal Council is setting the stage for us to bring the change ourselves. As Mr. Keshe said, if we don't do it ourselves, we'll never keep it. So let's take 5 minutes if we can, and it's up to you to join other teams or just on the soul level. And ask your soul. I've been so surprised that for some reason, 5 of 3, 5 after 3, 3 o'clock, all of a sudden, I don't know it's that time, but I look at the clock and I say, oh, wow, it's that time again. Let's take a few minutes, a few seconds, or whatever I can do at that time and add my energies to this process. It's much more powerful than we can understand in the matter state, but this is the way you touch other souls and create those conditions of peace. So let's take 5 minutes now, all collectively practicing. And the beautiful part of all of this, the beauty of it, as Mr. Keshe said, is that nobody fails this test. So we're starting to explore the energies within us to create conditions to bring changes. And this is also what the Universal Council is learning. So let's start now and just take 5 minutes of silence. Again, you can participate in this as early and often as you'd like. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. As we know, we don't have to be seen on CNN. We don't have to be carrying placards, make phone calls, or write letters. We're just working softly, quietly in the background, creating the conditions for peace. And as I said earlier, the beauty of this whole process, according to Mr. Keshe, nobody fails this test. So we can say we're all successful. But again, it's going to take some period and the collective awareness of everyone, or a majority of us, or perhaps just a billion of us, to actually have this happen. But this is the way it's done. It's not done through the matter state until we elevate the soul of the world leaders and their paymasters behind the scenes. And that's what he explained in that Ecuadorian question. Find out who's in the background. But through elevating the world leaders and the religious leaders, we can reach the paymasters in the background, as Mr. Keshe has plainly stated. So thank you all. And I think we're going to the next part of the program, which is where Alex comes in and continues to remind us about the spherical plasma, the X, Y, and Z, these energies. Again, I know it's not been easy for you either, Alex. We're quite stubborn in a way in changing our ways, but I think slowly, as we continue to apply it, as you continue to share knowledge with us, and of course, Mr. Keshe sharing knowledge, we're coming into a higher understanding of our own capabilities, as he said, the beauty and the grace of our own creation. So thank you, Alex, and feel free to take us where you'd like to take us today.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Mark, I'm in shock. You actually said Z. How Canadian of you.
Oh, I
Thank you
thought I
very
said
much.
that last week as well. X, Y, and Z.
Yes, well, there's a famous rock band that would disagree with you.
Okay. Oh, and the Z end. I get it.
Anyway, thank you very much for leading the pack here. And so, as usual, we have some business to attend to. So, we'd like to get that out of the way and get down to some serious business. If you don't mind, please stand by.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much, everyone. Welcome to this Sunday afternoon. This is the North American teachings. Yes, it is. But that includes the rest of North America, which includes South America. And as a matter of fact, by the time we're finished, it'll include all the continents around the world. And so this is the wonderful progress that we're making. And it's a testament to all of the people today on this panel. And we appreciate you being here, and as you're representing various continents around the world. the this is always the third in succession when we do the Thursday Knowledge Seekers workshops, and then the Friday Brazilian teachings. And this is the residue, the North American teachings, our tiny little perfect group here. So welcome, and thank you for making this such a powerful meeting. And of course, what really makes this powerful is the fact that we're in the post-Sanya era, Sanya, China, the era where we found gold in them Dar hills. And we call it the gold Gans. And it's something that we can all produce. And interestingly enough, we can produce it in very short order and in large quantities. This will affect the price, won't it? This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are entering the advanced transition stage. We'll talk about the Z-axis dimension. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is July the 14th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And so it continues. We finished the intermediate transition series, and we've date stamped all the other previous series as we've tried to progress. And in that progression, what we've tried to achieve is to condense all the material in some kind of bite-size form so that new knowledge seekers can enter in and catch up quick time, because we have thousands of hours of teaching. It's going back over a decade. So we can all take our time, however much time we want. But the thing is, for some of us, we don't have that much time because we've already made a decision based on something. And is that something correct? Or have we been deceived? And so that becomes the question. And so we progress on this advanced transition teaching, which is an extension of all of these series, as we've said before. And let's make no mistake about it. We are talking about basics. These are unraveling the complicated network of teachings that we've had so far, which has actually caused a lot of confusion. And it's kept us on the hesitancy highway. It's interesting. It's very interesting. They say, prove it. And then you prove it, and they say, we don't accept it. So at some point in time, not only are we just living in the lowest energy state, but we're, in some people's minds, thriving in the lowest energy state. And that makes life hard. So it's a lot easier when you get up on the horse. But the problem when you fall off that horse, the ground is hard. It's not a fun trip. And so they say that where there's smoke, there's fire. And one of the ways to put out the fire is with water. And of course, so wherever there's water, there's a beach. And then, of course, where there's a beach, there's got to be a beach ball. Yes, sirree. And this was the little surprise that I got today. I found a beach ball. And it was in the garbage. Isn't that where beach balls should go? And so today we're talking about the Z-axis polarity. And that sounds confusing. We've already had the confusion of the X-axis polarity, which is a horizontal field, and the Y-axis polarity, which is a vertical field. So what is the Z-axis polarity? And so that becomes the spherical field. So where is this garbage field? Because actually there is no garbage field. Some people say that it's away. That's what they like to do. They like to throw things away. Where is this away? So I picked up the beach ball and I examined it, and there was a problem with the beach ball. Oh, yes, very serious problem. It was dirty. It was a dirty beach ball. So I recounted the story of Utnapishtim. You remember that story? It was about Noah and his ark. It was his story, but that was a story that was told on 7 different continents by 7 different civilizations, and every time the story was the same story. It was the Great Flood. And so this story was handed down transgenerationally. It was the great transgenerational wash. And so, yes, that's the answer. Let's wash that beach ball because it was dirty. And of course, ball washing is very, very important. If you are a bowler, a 5 or 10 pin bowler, if you don't wash the bowling ball, it's not going to curve properly for you so that you can get that strike. Well, obviously, golfers know this too, so they have to wash their golf balls so that when they hit the golf ball, it runs true. Straight down the fairway. So we have a foundation of knowledge here. Clean golf balls go straight down the fairway, and dirty golf balls will hook or slice. But of course, beach balls, what's really important about beach balls is that they're meant for water. And so I was very fortunate because the beach ball was round and I had a round sink. So I could wash the round beach ball in the round sink. And this was pretty cool. It was amazing how things fit together. So a lot of you may still subscribe to the Socrates debating school. And so you may take time out at this point in time to discuss round pegs and square holes. But I will continue because this beach ball was quite fascinating, actually. First of all, I'm in North America and this thing came from China. So not only did someone make it, but before they made it, the individual components had to be made. So as disgusting as this dirty beach ball was, it still represented industry. Someone had to make the plastic, someone had to make the nozzle, someone had to make the ink, someone had to make the bowl. And someone had to pack it and ship it, and someone had to unpack it and sell it, and someone got it dirty. But before they got it dirty, they filled it with air. And when they filled it with air, it exposed a beautiful pattern on the ball. And you might have to stretch your imagination a little bit, but there's a map of the world on this ball. At the top is the map of North America. You've got the Atlantic on the right and the Pacific on the left. And of course, there's South America extending. And even Antarctica is shown. And at the bottom there is the South Pole. That's where you stick the needle to inflate the ball. How handy is that? What a great beach ball. And I wonder, was the air inside the ball also garbage? Did the person who threw out this dirty beach ball, did they also throw out the dirty air? Did they throw the air away? We're teaching plasma science based on the books of Marin Tepakoli Keshe. And so book number 1, we talk about the universal order, the creation of matter. And book number 2, the structure of the light. And then, of course, book number 3, the origin of the universe. And with the origin of the universe, we see the splitting up. But it's also book number 3, not book number 1. And so maybe this causes an anomaly where we have one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And for 334 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have been bringing this to us every Tuesday to understand how we have this variety of many, many beings, many, many souls on this singular planet. And somehow we got here. We got here on the plasma highway, didn't we? But we don't operate on the plasma highway. We operate on the transmission highway, which is the lowest energy state. It has feedback like waves. And what we're trying to do is to get on the transition highway, and that's what we're discussing now. We're discussing the advanced transition because we found that when we look at the MAGRAPH pie chart, we see that the speed of light is the constant transmission. But does the light have a variable transition? How is that possible? And we've upgraded the quantity in the universe to 99% hydrogen. I'm still wondering what is the rest? And whatever it is it garbage? And where are you exactly in this universe? Are you here or are you here? We're trying to answer these questions. And last week we talked about the atom and what it means. It's uncut. And so the question is, can you cut a MAGRAPH? You want a piece of the pie? Let's see if you can cut it up. When we take two forces and bring it together, we brought the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension, and it began to create a field. And that field can be anything. First of all, it would be a point of containment, but it could also be a point of conflict. But does it have to be? Because we also have the capability of conflict resolution. And so the very good excuse, of course, is that we need to achieve energy binding. It's important because it fulfills a self-serving need. Well, that's good. No one else is as responsible for your self-serving need as much as yourself. And someone else has also a self-serving need. So when we choose to be self-serving at the expense of others, then that really imposes on others. And others have a choice. They can either enter into a conflict or they can try and resolve it, or pass it on and have a conflict with someone else. And so all of this self-serving at the expense of others causes a disruption. So if we understand that the physical manifestation follows the plasma manifestation, then because of the variety of people, this physical manifestation may manifest differently in different people, although the plasmatic manifestation is the same. So when we say the physical manifestation may be obesity, blood pressure, or cancer, for instance, then what is the plasmatic manifestation? The plasmatic manifestation is fulfilling the self-serving need of the energy binding characteristics and is tuned to those needs. And when we're out of tune, we call it a higher acidity, and it causes an anaerobic condition or DNA expansion, adenosine triphosphate reduction, and also a cellular communication disruption. But not only, that's just with respect to our physicality. But when we look at the planetary physicality, we have to understand that there's an old rule where the higher strength eats the weaker strength. But the plasma rule is that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So this point of conflict is actually imaginary. So it follows the negative charge principle where the negative gives and the positive takes. And if we ask, what is it that it gives and what is it that it takes? And how do we negotiate this? And is this a barter system? Well, the giving and taking is of energy. And when you give and take this energy to yourself, that becomes binding. And that's important. But it's not exclusive because you have to give and take from others. Otherwise, where are you? Are you here or are you here? So in order to understand that, then the energy has to be flowing. And so in order for the energy to be flowing, you can say, oh, you know, that would be so nice if it was just flowing to me. And that's only a one-way street, isn't it? So the energy flowing is actually a two-way street. And as we discussed in the initial terminology series, we've seen that the x-axis is part of the rotation, and we call that transmission. And the y-axis is part of polarity, and we call that transition. And of course, the z-axis represents the field strength. And this field strength is the transmutation energy coming together from the combination of the transmission and transition fields. However, now we find that we're in the transition stage. And in the transition stage, we still have to have a transmission. And since the x-axis is dominant in this transmission, somehow the x-axis has to transition to another dimension. And what facilitates this, and what we found, is that the y-axis facilitates this by also transitioning naturally. But in that transition process, it becomes part of the transmission. And so where does that leave the z-axis? What dimension is it in? And so we find that the z-axis is dependent on the x and y axis, and therefore the z-axis becomes another transition dimension, and it too represents the transmission. So in fact, each axis has its function, but collectively, each function is shared across each dimension. And so this becomes the medium. In other words, the transmission collectively of the X, Y, and Z axis is the medium. And it's not the message. The message travels along the medium. So the creation of the universe happens from energy. It exists from energy. And since energy is positive, then the charge reflects the motion. It's positive or negative in motion. And energy is always in motion. And if it's in motion, it's going somewhere and coming from somewhere. And so when we look at the cover of the book number 1, the structure of the light, we see that the light travels from one mag-grav position to another mag-grav position. And so we can conclude that all things are working in combination. But which energy state? And does that matter? So the first thing we have to understand is that what we're talking about is field capture. So when the X and Y axis comes together, we see that the X-axis transition is perpendicular to the ground and the Y-axis transition is elevated above the ground. And the Z-axis transition is questioning which ground. And why is that? Because not only can we move along the X-axis and change our position, but we can move along the Y-axis and change our position. So the Z-axis transition doesn't know if it's in the lower state or the higher state, and it doesn't know if it's in the one place or the other place. And in fact, it doesn't know which way it's going either, does it? But what it does know is that it follows the X and Y dimension. And so therefore it completes the third dimension. So if we were to look at this as the X-axis dimension, which we've discussed on the ground, it becomes part of our transportation system. And as things are moving from one place to another, there is no real reason, apparently, for it to move. So we invented a reason. It's called a motor. And there's no reason for the motor to move the car, so we invented a reason. We called it combustion. And there's no reason for that to move. So we call it a car, and we drove it. On the ground. But the Y-axis dimension is based on polarity, so the ground rotates around the poles. So that's a movement in the perpendicular direction. So where does that leave the Z-axis? Well, let's look at the way the Earth is turning. Not only does it rotate around the axis of the poles, but it follows the equator and rotates around the planet. But we also have latitudes. And latitudes take us from the equator to the pole. But there are longitudes which take us from the pole, one pole to another pole. And so the Z-axis dimension is referenced by interdependence, the interdependence of the interaction of the X-axis and the Y-axis. So once we discuss the X-axis transition and the Y-axis transition and the combination of the two, then we can discuss the Z-axis transition. And until then, we're still searching for outer space. So this makes it kind of a little bit more difficult because we have to balance ourselves on spherical wheels to get on that plasma highway to our little pie in the sky, which is only a portion of the mag-grav, and We still haven't determined if we can cut the maggrav. So somehow we have been able to get this hydrogen, and it's a gravitational confirmation that we can receive this hydrogen. But the hydrogen itself has a unique characteristic. It has a fingerprint. We call it a spectrum. And that spectrum is visible light. And that light is in multiple colors. And it's physical. So this becomes the hydrogen signature, if you will. So although the hydrogen itself is not visible, the fingerprint of the hydrogen can be made visible by looking at the spectrum. So the spectrum comes together from the gravitational and magnetical interaction with the gravitational and magnetical interaction of another. One is the sun and one is the earth. But not only. So there is a third dimension. And so what does that mean? If we have three dimensions, the sun, the earth, and the universal energy that comes from the creation of the universe, then the gravitational arrival of the hydrogen, the gravitational confirmation, is none of these three dimensions. So the principal matter interaction, when it comes as a form of an energy pack. But, you know, if you have an energy pack, it has to be encased in a parcel. So we'd be correct in saying that that energy pack is also an energy parceling unit. What does that mean? Well, if you have an energy pack and you want to contain that energy pack, then you want to put it in an energy parcel. And if the energy pack is in the energy parcel, you can't hang on to it because it's always in motion. So the energy pack is in motion, the energy parcel is in motion. And yet, when we look at the principal matter interaction, and we say, well, we have equatorial rotation versus the polar interaction, but we create this spherical Earth, and that becomes the z-axis dimension, which is a combination of all of those. So we find that this principal interaction represents energy in motion, but it's a two-way street. In other words, there's a two-way transmission and a two-way transition. And as we've discussed, we are the blue planet. We are the water planet. And yet the planet is dirty. And so it can't just depend on the energy of its self-serving needs. It has to interact with other energy fields. And unfortunately, one of those fields is a misguided humanity field. And this is what we need to straighten out. Because when we look at the energy paths, and we say, well, there's a straight line from the North Pole to the South Pole, and there's a straight line from the South Pole to the North Pole. And the question is, well, which way is up? Well, the up or down part is a polar point of view. But that pole only centers in around the gravitational point. And when we look at the energy paths, we see that these orbit paths are more sphere-like. So we see the anomaly in the comparison between cylinders and spheres. And it's not a competition. They work together. And they create this beautiful world. And yes, it is a beautiful world. And of course, most of it is hydrogen. And that's why we have a pH scale, which reflects the potentiation of hydrogen. So it's kind of interesting that the hydrogen can go through 14 different levels of pH gradation, where each one is an order of magnitude higher than the previous one. And there's a range that goes from stable to unstable, from complex to simple. And as far as water is concerned, from alkaline to acidic. Plasmatically speaking, it goes from gravitational to magnetical. And what about those points in between? Well, those points are all subject to susceptibility. And what determines that susceptibility? So it has to do with field strength. So we could say it's a potentiation of strength as well, where you have a strong field and you have a weak field. And that strong field indicates an initial potential energy. And the weak field represents a final potential energy. And why is that final potential energy weak? Well, because it's been consumed. It's been consumed in the transition of the susceptibility, the transition from the gravitational to the magnetical point. So where are the stopping points in between? And who decides? So one of the things we find is that there's a sequence. So one has to do with the gravitational field forces, which cause attraction. And so that becomes our feedback. And there's the magnetical field forces of repulsion. That represents the feeding. And then there's us. We're the last man standing because we're self-serving. We have choices. We can turn it on, turn it off. We can do this by feeding, or we can increase or decrease the strength, or we can enhance and diminish the positioning. And we have the capability of making those choices. But these choices are based on where the stronger feeds the weaker. And so when we look at the potentiation of hydrogen, we know which one's stronger, we know which one's weaker. But when we look at neutral, which is 7, and what is the 7? Because the pH scale goes to 14, and every time we split the water, it always totals 14. So how does the neutral work? Well, the neutral is the combination of the neutral acidic condition of the water plus the neutral alkaline condition of the water, where 7 and 7 is 14. And every deviation from that neutral position is like a zipper. And as you bring down the zipper, you go through different layers of energy. And this was part of the y-axis transition. So as we go down to pH of 6, the opposite is 8. 6 and 8 is 14. 9 and 5 is 14. And 4 and 10 is 14. How's my math? So when we're looking at this transmission, it has to follow the zipper transition. But the transmission is now above the ground. It's on a different layer. And what determines that? So that was the pH transition, which we saw with the y-axis transition, right? It goes vertically. But when it goes vertically, it too goes up and down. And so if 4 is up, 10 is up. 10 and 4 is 14. And if 5 is down, well, 9 is down. 9 and 5 is 14. And then 6 and 8, well, they're both up. So that's 14. And so it goes. But this is constantly moving. And so this pH transition is constantly in motion. Nothing we've discussed here explains the reason for the motion. But the form artifact of the motion is the density range. That's right. Gravity seeks density. So the more dense it is, the higher the pH. The higher the pH, the more alkaline. And the more alkaline, the more wet the water is. The more acidic, the more oily it is. And interestingly, oxygen is more dense than hydrogen, like way more dense. It is 8 times, well, in terms of mass, but is it 8 orders of magnitude? Because when you total up 6, that's 6 orders of magnitude. When you total up 8, that's 8 orders of magnitude. So 6 and 8 comes to 14. And what is 14? Well, it's 14 orders of magnitude. I think most of us would like to have 6 orders of magnitude of the dollar bill we have in our wallet. That would make us all millionaires. But the cup of life is what really makes us rich. So when we look at the cups of life, and they're not the cups of pandemic, when we see that they represent emotional strength. Well, when we think of strength, we think of physicality. Well, think of someone who's very strong. And think of that strong person as being highly unmotivated. How strong will they be? Or think about someone very weak and think about if they're highly motivated, how strong will they really be? And will the two balance out? And so either way, this becomes a reflection of our inner space. And our inner space and the energy, the emotional strength that comes into that inner space comes from our core space. And that energy from the core space comes from some nebulous point in outer space. And here we are discussing physical cups of life, where we've taken physical matter and we've created a nanocoding process, which is part of the monatomic science. And we've created GANs. This is the radiance manifestation of carbon dioxide and calcium carbonate and zinc and copper GANs, amino acid and water GANs. And now we can even produce gold GANs. And how long does it take? And interestingly enough, it doesn't take very long at all. What does that mean? We're talking about minutes. Is that reasonable? One moment you were a baby in the womb, and one moment you were a baby in the atmosphere. And in that moment, your source of energy was in the placenta. And in the next moment, your source of energy was in the atmosphere. And how long did that take? So when we look at the cups of life, and these were just rudimentary cups of life which we needed, we found that we could create different cups. There was an emotional cup and a physical cup. And so science has been trying to identify the nature of the atomic structure and to cut it up into protons and neutrons and electrons, and trying to figure out which way is up or which way is down. Some of you may want to debate this, and you can have a think about it and have a seat on the right here. We're going to carry on. Because when we look at the y-axis transition dimension, we find that the Earth and its circumference is uncut. It's an uncut physicality. And it's all-encompassing. And yet we have different pH levels in different areas. And these pH levels represent the transition of the transmission elemental susceptibility. What elements? Oh, the periodic table of elements. These are the Earth space range details. And we start with hydrogen. And then we added carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen that created our amino acid. And the medium of sodium, magnesium, potassium, or calcium. Those facilitated the energy transfer. And then, of course, we had the copper and the zinc, which represented the physicality and the emotional strength. And, of course, the iron, which was the grounding force to our Earth, which was mainly silicon. And, of course, the energy that is, shall we say, manifest as a result in physical form, the sulfur. And then, of course, everybody's looking for that gold, isn't it? So all of this comes from energy in motion, and that energy is traveling in an energy parcel. And the two fundamental energies that manifest on this planet, hydrogen and oxygen, well, they come together and they create water, which is nature's solvent. And this water has a magnetical gravitational relationship. We call it a Maggrav condition, and that Maggrav condition is round. And so what it means is that there's a charge. And so based on the surface to volume ratio, the hydrogen is smaller, so it's negative, and the oxygen is much bigger. But how does it maintain its balance when you have these two tiny hydrogens and this big fat oxygen, and they come together and they create this round Maggrav? And then even still, if we were to shear one of these hydrogens off, which is happening all the time, and because now it's a positive energy that's looking for a home, that leaves us short, negative. And so that's our hydroxyl. That's still a Maggrav, but this Maggrav only has one hydrogen and one big fat oxygen, and yet it is still a Maggrav. How is that possible? And it's looking for a home. And so the energy that came in to shear this thing off facilitated energy coming together in other forms. And so we created this crossover where the hydrogen from one parcel went to another parcel. And the way it arrived, it either was deflected or it was twisted. And in the twisting process, it either tightened it and coiled it or made a tunnel. But the net effect is these energy packs represented energy in motion. And that energy was always in motion. And that energy didn't really follow straight lines. That's how we seem to try and relate with our math. We follow the Euclidean geometry of right angles. And then we have this electron fixation fallacy. We can now call it a fallacy. And as great as Richard Feynman was in terms of his understanding His interpretation of the electron fixation had to do with the theory of positrons. And of course, this was changed by Yoshiro Nambu, and it regarded the production or annihilation of particles and antiparticles in pairs. Well, at least there's something, it's in pairs. Stated the eventual creation and annihilation of pairs that may occur, yeah, maybe, now and then, but no creation nor annihilation, only a change of directions of moving particles. And of course, they were moving from the past to the future or from the future to the past. What are they talking about? But the only thing they have right here is the pairs. But pairs of what? Unidentified, undifferentiated. And of course, not singular, not dual, but in 3 dimensions. Here we go, the Riemannian geometry. So when we look at the monatomic structure of the nanoparticle, it's an atomic physicality, and it's round. And when we look at the GANs, it's part of the atomic physicality, and it too is round, but it is a lot bigger. And the difference is, when you look at the atomic physicality, let's say, of the copper, and we produce a wire, that physicality is linked like a chain. And when we look at the monatomic structure, it is on the surface of the copper wire. And it is attached to the surface, but it is not linked. But when we look at the GANs, well, it is a self-contained physicality. And so this becomes part of the spherical z-axis transition dimension. But we're still looking at physicality. So what we're talking about now is the change from the surface to volume ratios in 2 dimensions, where you look at the surface of a circle versus the surface of a sphere, or you look at the volume of the sphere. And so you find that this follows the rule of thumb, where you have 1 and 1 is more than 2, where the 1 and 1 are the feeding dimensions. But the first one and the second one are not the same one, cannot be the same one, have to be different. And you don't lose them to create the solution, the answer, the third part of the equation. So the first 2 plus the answer are your 3 feedback dimensions. And you are none of these 3 dimensions because you're the observer. You're the one who's trying to get this pi thing, 3 and a little bit, to convert from a 2-dimensional universe to a 3-dimensional spherical universe. And where are you? If you're not in these 3 dimensions, then you're in another dimension. And so that means that relationships are very important. Now, that's not to say you can't have a relationship with yourself, because that's very important. You need to be in balance. But when the magnetical and gravitational balance is equal, and that creates a Magrav condition, You don't become visible like water. You're transparent. So in physicality, we are not equal in our magnetical and gravitational field strength. And that's what makes us visible. But those are not the only components that affect the balance of our mag-grav position. So when we look at these relationships from a scientific point of view, it's a balance between the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. Okay. So that means that the energy in the magnetic fields is different from the energy wherever. Interesting concept. And then, of course, spiritually speaking, that's another interesting concept. Where's the spirit and where's the soul? And whose spirit and whose soul? And is it just limited to humanity? And so when we look at the plasma science and our role in all this is we add to the knowledge. But when we add to the knowledge, we add the one of the scientific community and the spiritual community and the plasma community. And we don't just add it together. But we make it grow. So let's look at the conservation of energy from a different point of view now. Because what we see on the pH table is we have an initial kinetic energy and initial potential energy, and there's a relationship between those two, which creates a side of the pH balance. And of course, the relationship between one and the other is balanced by the final kinetic energy and the final potential energy. So that's on the other side of the equation. Well, let's change the terminology here. Let's call the initial kinetic energy magnetical and the initial potential energy gravitational. And the basis for this, if the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, then the gravitational is of the higher strength, so it has the potential energy and it's feeding the magnetical. And so the kinetic energy is magnetical, even the final kinetic energy is magnetical. But the final potential energy, well, that energy is a lot lower. But it is gravitational, but it's a lot lower. And the magnetical is still magnetical, but it's a lot higher. So the balancing effect is between the initial on one side of the equation and the final on the other side of the equation, where the magnetical and gravitational interaction creates a field of a certain strength. And that strength is balanced off by the field on the other side. So what's the equal sign? So the law of conservation of energy is really can be construed as the conservation of mag-grav. Regardless of the change of the kinetic energy and the potential energy, the magnetical gravitational relationship always remains the same. Just like the pH scale, doesn't matter how much acidity and how much alkalinity, it always totals 14. Why? Because the equation is balanced. So when we look at the balance between the initial and the final, is balanced. The relationship is balanced. not the value. Because if one side is acidic and the other side is alkaline, it isn't the same value. And if energy can neither be created nor destroyed, where did it go? So when we talk about the folding action, we need to follow a pattern. And so this was an interesting pattern, and we found a very, very practical application for this pattern. And so that pattern creates this spiral. And of course, it creates a tube, and that tube becomes a form artifact. And it continues to grow. And so when we see that the interaction with the sugar energy, as it flips its polarity between the hexagonal gravitational field force and the pentagonal magnetical field force, and causes this twisting susceptibility, we find that every time it returns to its position, the previous position is occupied, cannot go into that position, has to move to the next position, and it repeats. But this happens in all three dimensions. It isn't just a tubular growth. It is a spherical growth. And so when we look at the gravitational conformation of oxygen and being the major component of water, and we look at the Magrav condition of the water being round, being in balance. So the gravitational spectrum manifests itself in color and is unique, different from the hydrogen spectrum. But the oxygen itself is not visible. Well, remember, the hydrogen wasn't visible either. So what we had is a form artifact of the interaction of the energy coming from the sun and the energy coming from the earth. And clearly, the gravitational magnetical relationship to the sun is way bigger than the magnetical gravitational force field of the earth. And then we see the magnetical gravitational force field of the universe, because that originally created either one of these components. It created the sun, and then it created the earth. Well, guess what? It created the oxygen as well. So the gravitational conformation of the oxygen is none of those three dimensions. And you as the observer is none of those three dimensions. So what you have is not only the gravitational conformation, but it is a physical conformation. And you as the observer are also a gravitational conformation, but you are the observer. And so that physicality is part of the feedback summary that you have. And that feedback summary in physicality, you can hear it with sound, see it with light, feel the heat, feel the pressure, see the luster, the superficiality. And of course, there's different laminar containments. So we find that the x-axis transmission dimension can transition. And the y-axis transition dimension has a characteristic of transmission. But we have a dominance of the man-made range deviation, where we say the conscious awareness overrides the unconscious awareness. Well, is that true? Really? So we find that the oxygen-rich blood becomes the Earth space spherical Z-axis transition from one form artifact to another. And this is often referred to as life. Life is a beach ball. And so when we look at the transmission spectrum, we can conclude that there's a non-visible viral spectrum orbital, and it facilitates the transition of visible transmission spectrums. That is, spectrum to spectrum susceptibility. So we know that there's a surface superficiality and there's an internal substance. That internal substance is a plasma substrate, and the superficiality is really the physicality. So we can say the physicality is part of the gravitational, but remember, where the stronger eats the weaker, while in the plasma science, the physical gravitation feeds the plasma magnetical. But it's a two-way street. It has to be that there are two sides to the equation. That's what facilitates the point of containment. The point of containment is the equal sign. And on the both sides of the equal sign is one step beyond. And how many steps do you go? Well, that all becomes part of the Z-axis transmission dimension, right? Because the communication antenna has to stay within the range transition, where the release of the binding energy precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. The field release precedes the field capture. The giving precedes the taking. The emission precedes the absorption. And so there's always motion, and motion cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. So if you exist in one, you exist in the other, and the motion and the coexistence reside in both matter states. So the tuning of these matter states shows that the tuning of the plasma dominant precedes the physical dominant. And the range transition by nearness and proximity is of the x-axis and y-axis interaction. And so to balance things off, the z-axis transition has its own dimension. And it's not man-space centric. It's not Earth space centric. And it's not sun space centric. But it is dimension centric. The proximity is dimension centric. The nature of pressure is dimension centric. And to be dimension centric, there are three transmission dimensions. And it's on this transmission dimension that the message is contained. So what is the message and how is it contained? And which transmission dimension folding deviation do we follow? So when we look at things like quark side chain and DNA, these are historical and transgenerational blueprints for energy transfer state. And that energy transfer state is to matter state, and that matter state is undifferentiated. The differentiated state, however, is uncut. And the differentiated state is a Magravs state. So our physicality is not cut. The atom is not cut. Even the monatomic nanostate is not cut. Neither is the GAN state. You don't cut the plasma state. And if you go into a field and you cut the field, guess what? You still have a field. So even the universal state is uncut. And so when you look at the new atomic math, when we're discussing the relationship of the neutron and the proton, it's not whether it's up or down, is based on the mass. But not just the mass of the physicality, but the mass of the PM ticks, plus the total mass of the antimatter, matter, and dark matter. And this totality is achieved through the energy level balance and positioning, the relationship. So when we're targeting outer space, we have to align our x-axis and y-axis, and that gives us our target within the z-axis. And that is our reality dimension. And through that reality dimension, we can decide to either materialize or dematerialize. So we can go from this earth space, a gravitational field, to some other space, gravitational field. What we have to do is learn how to target outer space. And so we are facing a matter state plasma dimension where one is physical and one is non-physical. One is the feedback and one is the feeding. But both are matter state. And man is feedback dominant from the physical, ignores the plasmatic. And we're only talking about the matter state. The matter state part of the plasma. And so when we look at the matter state part of the plasma, we can include in the plasma shift from energy state to energy state. And then we talk about the various energy states, but don't forget the in-between transfer states to take us from the lowest energy state of heat and electricity through nuclear physics. And we see how low we are, because now we're into the plasma physics, and the plasma physics doesn't stop there. It goes into the dynamic plasma and also the principal matter, the interactive energy transfer state. So as we're moving, we find that, we have to get our antennas up, because that antenna can be a receiver or can be a transmitter. And so there's a message that goes along this transmission, and it can be either a feeding and a feedback manifestation. So this transmission can be tuned through the transition. And the selection of one force is therefore magnetical and balanced by the force selection of another gravitational force. So the resulting selections feed MAGRAV manifestation. So the selection manifestation is predetermined by that last man standing who is choosing the peace dome of intention. And the range transition affects the standard folding deviation. But that leaves no room for war, because the Z-axis transition balance is to and from the peace dome. So the plasma balance becomes important. So although knowledge and wisdom can give you deeper insight, experience will change your perspective. Misconduct becomes harder to rationalize. And historical reference becomes meaningless. The pH balance becomes a polar balance. Which axis? It's more than just one axis, because we're talking about a plasma balance, and that plasma balance is uncut. So when you look at the pH of the MAGRAV, there are many points in the perspective scale, and they are spherical. But when you look at the war and you find that it's linear. And many warriors discover this too late. And as we said, when you fall off the horse, the ground is hard. And of course, when we just deal with one pole, that too is linear. Oh, well, even when you deal with two poles, it's still linear because it's either up or down, isn't it? And so when we see how we unravel motors, they can be cylindrical, but they can still be linear. But our planet is a blue planet. It's the bloodletting that's turning it red. But the blue planet is spherical. And the blue planet is the home of peace. And so when we look at the pH of peace, we have to understand that it's not just many points on the dove, it's many points around the world. And it's not just us. We are only some of the points. And that's the point. So we are proceeding on the transmutation testing, which is for the next 4 months, July to October, which is going to allow us to learn about the real energy in motion. We need research teams to advance the science. Why? Why should we advance the science? Isn't that the question they always ask? Well, the question they should ask is why not? And why haven't we? When I listened to the 30th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, that was 10 years ago. The teaching was the same as last Thursday's teaching workshop. And we could say that nothing has happened in 10 years. Well, we're in the post-March 15th, 2024 era, and we have new choices. We have a new selection process that allows us to take this beautiful Earth space and transmute into outer space, taking our graceful inner space with us. Because if our inner space is not graceful, there's no place. $546 Knowledge Seekers workshops. That's 516 more than what we did 10 years ago, where Rick Cramond and Marin Keshe talked about the greater oneness and how we transcend the limitations of nuclear science. And the only way that we can do that is the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science has to welcome all the beautiful knowledge seekers to learn about the new selection process of the new plasma science. Fundamentally, the World Peace Treaty is at the heart. We need to sign it, and sign it with a pen, and sign it with our heart, and sign it with our soul, and sign it with true intention. Because when we ask ourselves what causes the transition of the Z-axis dimension, and we see that man is the reactor of a three-dimensional universe. And can man find heaven through the field transition? Well, can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Not really. So we're mining the transition dimensions of truth and history. Right now, we are physical beach balls in the physical spherical transmission dimensions. And plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new Outer Space H. I hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much as well, Alex. I don't know if I've put together many solid questions on this teaching. But let's open it up for the others to come in and maybe they have something. I know Syed had put something in the chat. We thank you for sharing your understanding with us, but I think you lost me somewhere along the way here. A couple of backgrounds ago, you were talking about the range transmission for plasma deviation. Gosh, there's so much just in that those few words. I'm not sure what you're saying. And again, maybe some of the others understand more. So why don't we open it up? And again, you might have to water it down, at least for me.
I'd like to ask Alex a question. I don't know if I'm putting the right things together. Are you able to hear my voice?
Yes.
Loud
Oh,
and
thank
clear, Gail.
goodness. It's been up and down. I remember in the workshop, Mr. Keshe was saying layering, and also in the book, layering is taking place. Are you trying to get us to think of the different combinations of strengths, that each layer is independent and there's interaction between the two layers? For example, in the center of the earth, is that part of the potentiation training, or am I getting it all wrong? Different
No,
layers have,
you're
yeah.
absolutely correct.
Okay.
So, you know, the relationship between the magnetic and gravitational force fields changes as we go from the magnetical level, the magnetical layer, which is the outer layer, down to the core, which is the gravitational, and the transition process is manifest as density. So as you go through each layer, they're not the same. So if they're not the same, then they're also not the same consistency. So above the ground, we have air. Below the ground, you know, we have dirt. And when we go farther south, we go into the mantle. And then, of course, some scientists have envisioned we could go down 7,000 kilometers or 700 kilometers, whatever. You know, I don't think in physicality any of us has gone down that far. That's my opinion. But yet somehow we all have a core. And, you know, the interesting thing is when you were a glint in daddy's eye, that was the core. And that created a MAGRAV condition. So once you have this MAGRAV condition, then you can grow. And the thing about each layer is that the new layer cannot go to the old layer. So we're looking at two different principles here. Let's just identify these two principles clearly. So there is the what we call the MAGRAV position, whatever that is. It is a balance of the magnetical gravitational field forces into a MAGRAV. And so the fields spiral out. So one circle spirals out to the next circle and carries on layer by layer. So one concept is concentric circles and another concept is a spiral. And so really the difference between them has to do with the way we look at it. So if we cut a tree, we have concentric circles, but let's remember that the tree grows. So wherever you cut these concentric circles, but wherever you cut it is different from another place where you cut it. So how do we go from one set of concentric circles to another set of concentric circles? So this is the spiral effect. So in order to maintain each of these layers, there has to be a magnetical gravitational interaction of energy. And so each circle becomes a maggrav. And so the point of containment is that equal sign, the equal of the balance of the energy between the magnetical gravitational field forces. And that becomes a self-serving function. So now, let's spiral out, and we've completed the circle. Now we're starting a new circle. And we say, well, wait a second. I cannot go and occupy that first circle because that first circle is occupied. You know, if you're riding a bus and someone is sitting in a seat, you're not going to sit in their lap. You will get a confrontation. If there's an opening beside them, you will sit beside them. So you say, well, why did you choose that? Well, I didn't choose it. You know, the other lady was sitting in that spot and I wanted that spot, but she would not get up. So I had to move. Yes, you had to move, because if you didn't move, there would be conflict. And is that what you want, or did you just want to sit down? And so this is the point. You have to reposition yourself. Once you reposition yourself, you're no longer in the same energy field. You're no longer in the same density field. So now the relationship between the magnetical gravitational field forces has changed. It's moved. And a new growth occurs. And once that circle is completed, then that becomes stabilized, becomes gravitationally stable. Now that problem comes up again. Well, wait a second. I can't go to the first field. I can't go to the second field. I have to open up a third field. And so the process repeats. So we see this in the growth of the girth of the trees, the tree trunk. We see this in the growth of babies into adults. We also see this growth in plasma fields. And so this becomes the point. We start with a maggrav condition, which is a bringing together of the three dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis, and to create a maggrav. And if you were to extricate any one of those fields, it would no longer be a maggrav. You cannot have balance by removing something from that balance. And expect to stay in the same energy field. And so you will go down and down and down and down until you can't go down any further. And you get to that extreme. And so what happens when you get to that extreme? What happens when the frequency is so high that you can't tell? Or what happens when the frequency is so low and you still can't tell? And so what is the difference? When the frequency is so low, it's a flat line, no longer a frequency. And when the frequency is so high, it's still a line, but it's a little bit fatter, isn't it? And so the fatter line is gravitational and the flat line is magnetical. but there are points in between. And so each point becomes a point of containment, which is a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field. And so this is what happens when we look at the colors. Each color is a point of containment. And the choosing of that point of containment is based on the relationship between the gravitational and magnetic force fields. How are we doing, Gail?
It's yeah, there's a whole lot to think about in this. And when you showed us the circle, the first one, then I'm sort of like a slinky toy. I will pull it out, except that part of the slinky is very small, and then it comes out in a spiral. And I was thinking of the two cores and the earth, and how in the book it explains the layering, and each layer has, well, that's why I asked about potentiation, a different composition, and they interact with the next layer. And that's how we have magnetical fields going out and gravitational pulling in. So that is why I'm asking, and it does help to see what you've got here. I think there's more though, that probably a whole lot more that we need to think about.
Well, of
Yeah.
course, I'm this is just a very basic teaching, but your analogy of a slinky is excellent, because literally, even though it's a spiral, it is a tube, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But you added another dimension to it, and you said, well, wait a second, each spiral is going to be of a greater diameter than the previous spiral.
Yes.
Okay, so instead of the slinky being a coil, it's going to kind of be like it's going to be flat.
Or a cone. Yeah. Yes,
Oh, yeah,
the way
or a
they
cone. Yes, that's
when you pull it out, it'll be a cone. Yes.
that's right. Okay. All right. So the thing is that you're only taking into account those two dimensions. So in one way, we can say, all right, when we look at the cone, we look at the polarity, and when we look at all the planets, each of the planets have their polarity, but each of the planets also have their diameter. So not all planets are of the same diameter. Furthermore, what's interesting about all the planets is that they all rotate on the same plane. And so the reason the planets don't collide is because each of us has our own orbit. So the Earth orbit doesn't cross over the Mars orbit, and even Jupiter, it's a big fat planet, but it doesn't cross over anybody else either. So, if you were to say, well, which would be the biggest planet? And the answer is like, why does that matter? So, Jupiter may be the biggest, but it doesn't make it the king. It doesn't make it the boss.
So they all find their place according to their fields.
Right. And we're all working within the field, the overlapping fields of the sun space centric dimension.
Okay.
However, the planets themselves aren't flat, they're spherical.
Yes.
So the planets themselves are not apparently obeying the plane of the solar system. So can we then assume that the solar system is flat and the planets are spherical?
Doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense to me either. So therefore, the spherical component of the solar system is not visible. It's part of the non-visible spectrum. So the flat part of the solar system spectrum represents, shall we say, 2/3 of the magrav, and the non-visible represents the third. And so the combination of the two visible and the one non-visible creates a magrav. And it is in a balanced condition. And we know it's in a balanced condition because our Earth rotates in a balanced manner around the sun. And on top of that, the Earth rotates around its axis in a balanced manner as well. So there's a lot of gravitational stability. In order to maintain each gravitational stability, there has to be a magnetical gravitational interaction that involves emission and absorption of energy. Because in order to maintain that containment, there has to be a giving and taking of energy. Because in fact, if you don't do that, then you can't maintain the positioning. So first of all, to maintain the containment within the layers of the magrav, then each layer has to have its emission absorption balance in order to maintain its layer. Then you take the combination of all those layers, which in effect becomes a planet. Then that planet occupies one layer and another planet occupies another layer. And to maintain each of those layers, there has to be an emission and an absorption of energy. Because if you don't do that, you can't maintain your position. There's no communication otherwise. And how do you know where the one is if you're not getting the feedback? So the feedback is not visible. There's a gap. So we have the physically visible planet Earth and the physically visible planet Mars. And there's this gap in between that is not physically visible. But without that gap and without the maintenance of that gap, neither one can maintain its position.
So it's like we were talking about the solar system, our solar system, is almost like the body of the man. One
Exactly.
does, yeah, it is just amazing. Because within us, we also have to maintain the distances.
Well, so if you want to be, let's say, really simple, you can say that the kidney is a magrav and the heart is a magrav and the pancreas is a magrav. And so they're
Yes.
positioned in the body, and not only positioned, but by what do you call it, geolocations, but they're positioned by functionality as well. You know, I mean, it's fairly obvious that, you know, you wouldn't be able to swallow if your mouth was on your knee. So, you know, it's kind of handy that your mouth is where it is because it's right next to, you know, your throat. And so there's a sequence there, right? And you didn't decide, but that was already decided for you. And the reason it was decided for you is because there was a blueprint. And that blueprint determined how you can survive in that environment.
Mm-hmm.
And you started with a basic magrav that we say was a glint in daddy's eye, but that glint in daddy's eye only provided the environment. That glint in daddy's eye was not your eye. Your eye saw the opportunity and was rooting for your mom and dad to carry on, and you seized the opportunity and you brought the field forces together as a magrav. So it wasn't just a glint in daddy's eye, and it wasn't a smile on mom. It was also your intention. And so that constituted the magrav. So the rules that we engaged in to arrive on this planet, for some reason, have been abandoned. And as we are examining the reasons that it was abandoned, and we see the, shall we say, the gleeful awareness that is transpiring on the internet, with all the birds chirping and saying, oh, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. The sad part is that in the absence of a remedy, this narrative is extremely depressing. And so I thank God that we have the Keshe Foundation and the plasma option available to us in our awareness, because this is the solution. It explains how we got here. We got here we got here peacefully. There was no explosion. Mom would have not been very happy with that. But there seems to be an explosion when we leave. So we have, it's not that we don't know, it's we've forgotten. And we don't know that we've forgotten. So, 33 years ago, when I was able to find a resolution with my wife's cancer, I thought we'd be the happiest couple in the world. But that was not the case. There were other things, other factors that we had to take into account. And on my own personal side, I got very angry. And that anger is the same kind of anger when you find that you've been deceived. Because I was deceived. I had the full faith and confidence of the professional community, the belief in the educational system, the belief in the science. And it's not that it was wrong. I can accept that it was wrong. What I cannot accept is the willful wrongfulness, because that is evil.
Pure evil.
And the thing is that from a selfish point of view, I was able to resolve this issue. And so from that part, I was very happy. But then I got into the situation where I wanted to share this information with others. And frankly, I got the shock. And I can't say that I've overcome this shock yet. But, I wanted to tell people about it, because millions of people were suffering under the same conditions and the same disillusions. Well, not disillusions, delusions, plain delusions. But these delusions came about by deception. And, life is not a poker game. So they didn't want to listen. That part bothered me. That my fellow countrymen didn't want to listen. And all that did was prolong the misery, like Mr. Keshe said on Thursday, you know. So you eat today, and all that does is it prolongs the misery till tomorrow until you have to eat again. So, you know, how long do you do this for? At what point do we stop? And this is a real problem for me, and even Irmgard brought it up, you know, with her liking chocolate. And you know, I must confess that before the seminar started, I murdered a few cookies. But you know, I have found a purpose for these cookies, and that is because I haven't eaten today. And so the saliva is still secreted, and you know, it causes an upset in my stomach. So I give something to relieve the upset. So I give it a cookie. And you know, it's on the road to stopping eating altogether. So that puts us in a dilemma situation, because I had the same problem with food that I had with smoking. I enjoyed smoking, but I made a promise. And the thing about the promise is a lot of people don't keep their promises. But there is one promise that you really have to keep. It's really, really important. That's a promise to yourself, because you know the truth. And so I promised myself that I would quit smoking, and I did. I did it overnight. And just to, you know, really punctuate the event, it was a few days before New Year's. And you know what everybody does at New Year's? They talk about their New Year's resolutions and how they're going to quit smoking. As soon as they quit chain smoking all the cigarettes in the pack that they just bought. And of course, that's a promise to no one. And they were amazed that I had quit smoking before the party. Is traditionally quit smoking after the party, right? And then, of course, when you fail, well, then that's okay. There'll always be another party next year. So all we do is we delay. I'm sorry to give such a long answer, but the point is that the answer is there, and we just have to choose to act on it. So it isn't just being at the right place at the right time. You have to be aware that you are at the right place at the right time. Well, this is pretty good, you know. You want to be there before the train arrives. You don't want to be there after the train leaves. So you look at the schedule and say, well, I think I'm on time. And then you look at the schedule and say, oh, yes, train won't be here for another half an hour. Yes, I'm on time. Well, this is good. And then the train comes and the door opens, and then the doors close and the train leaves, and you say, well, I made it to the train station on time. Oh, I forgot to get on the train.
Very good, Alex.
How depressing. Anyway, thanks for your question, Gail. I hope I
And thank you for the answer. Also, with the medical profession, if you will, from 1910, I forget who it was that was requested to write up a proposal for the medical system. And that proposal literally shoved to the side every, you know, alternative kind of medicine, if you will. And by 1950, it was almost all symptomatic relief. And those wonderful people that we have an idea of were involved in all the universities for training of medical students. They changed the whole paradigm. And I am one person that, unless it's an absolute forced, I will not go anywhere near a hospital or a regular doctor's office. And I used to work in doctor's offices for more than 20 plus years. So, and I was a student nurse for 2.5 out of 3. I couldn't take the methods that they used, how should we say, medical students were allowed to practice on the elderly people. Oh, you know, I got to the point where I didn't want to be in that situation. So there are a lot of things that I've seen and I'm not happy about. So yes, I hear what you were saying immediately. Thank you for that. And thank you for explaining in both ways how the planets work and how the individual planet works and us, you know. But it's the macro is this and the micro, they're the same. Appreciate this. Yes.
I have another personal story just to add to what you just said, if I may.
Please.
So the somatidian biology that was put forward by Gaston Naessens was originally talked about by Antoine Béchamp in the 1850s, and he called them microzymas. And the problem with Antoine was that he was an introvert, and of course, a contemporary peer was Louis Pasteur. We know who that is, and Pasteur was an extrovert. And what is interesting is, of course, that Pasteur apologized to humanity for, you know, his views on medical, but he made a point to make sure that he refused to apologize to Antoine Béchamp. So that's kind of a contradiction in terms, but so that goes back to 1850. So that predates your 1910 analogy there. But I was reading a book that was quite dramatic for me because it was referencing the Order of St. John, Knights Hospitalier from the Crusades. And, you know, it talked about how the Order of St. John was, which, you know, became the Red Cross, and how it was founded back then to support the military. And of course, it was a military organization. And that was a really eye-opening story. So, you know, when we're talking about the history, it goes back, it predates, it's in the 1100s. So this is, let's do the math. I guess it's 13 centuries ago. Anyway, so when we talk about the transgenerational influence, that is extreme. But the fundamental thing that a lot of people don't understand is because of that foundation, the medical community, of course, is a military organization, and then this is the part that a lot of people don't understand, and that part is very sad. The other thing that is very sad is one of the leading universities in the medical field is in Montpellier. And why is it in Montpellier? Well, the reason is because that was the home of Guy de Montpellier, and so how people were named at that point, you know, I guess the first name was their name, and the second name was where they were from. So to differentiate, Guy from Paris or, Guy from London. Anyway, so this was Guy de Montpellier, and of course that was the founding of the Montpellier University, and it is still a medical university to this day. But this is where Antoine Béchamp and Louis Pasteur, duked it out in 1850. So this is an interesting part of the story, but that's not the part that is interesting to me. Because what was interesting to me was that I was reading a book, and I was reading it about the University of Montpellier and the Order of St. John, and to my mind came the name Guy de Montpellier. And I was reading rather quickly, and I thought, this is strange. Where did I see that? And so I started to thumb back through the pages to recount the narrative and try and find the passage that was referring to Guy de Montpellier, and I couldn't find it, and I started to really get upset because I wanted to confirm the connection, and I couldn't. So here I was halfway through the book, and I'm trying to find this connection. I can't find the connection. Sorry to make this story so long, but the important point is that I actually reread the book from front to back and from back to front about 3 times, trying to find this cross-reference, and through the index, through the reference section. However, couldn't find it, and this really bothered me, because there was no reason for me to come to that name. It just came to me for a strange reason. At that time, I didn't understand the plasma science at all. So now I'm trying to figure out who the Order of St. John is, who Montpellier University is, and who Guy de Montpellier is. And of course, what better way to find, and this was, you understand, it was 33 years ago, and so I'm in a library, and of course, you look at the encyclopedia. And of course, the encyclopedia was the Encyclopedia Britannica, which I didn't understand who the author was, or the owner of the encyclopedia was. And I was shocked when I found out, and you can find out and be shocked equally. But I couldn't find any reference to Guy de Montpellier, and I thought, well, maybe I'm losing my marbles. And I was just like really desperately looking through the library, and a shock to me was that I found, well, there was a Roman Catholic encyclopedia, and I thought, well, isn't that strange? So here's this Encyclopedia Britannica, which is the only encyclopedia that I knew, and now there was this Roman Catholic encyclopedia, and I thought, well, gee, I wonder if there's a Islamic encyclopedia, or I wonder if there's a Jewish encyclopedia. And no, there weren't. There were just the 2. And so I thought, well, let me just check to see this Roman Catholic encyclopedia, because I couldn't figure out what is the difference. And so sure enough, in the encyclopedia there, I find a reference to Guy de Montpellier, and sure enough, he was the founder of the Order of St. John. And that was quite shocking to me. And really only until recently could I really explain how that happened. And to Mr. Keshe's point, and Mark played the video earlier on today, and it talked about, his presence at the planning stage and his presence at the execution stage, and all this. And you say, well, he was there, but what did he do about it? And so we find that the action was physical, but his presence was plasmatic. And this is an important difference. So the physical presence makes you an accomplice, makes you a witness. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Wow. I know how frustrating it is to go to the library. But I'm interested. I'll probably take a little bit of a look on the internet as to what you were talking there. Thank you very much, Alex. I'm sure there are many more questions that are going to come up on this one. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gail.
Yes, thank you, Gail, and thank you, Alex. Gosh. Maybe I need to, as we made this last video that I'm going to play, you write the rules according to your own understanding. Maybe I'm trying too hard to understand what you're teaching, Alex, and I seem to be frustrated that I'm not maybe seeing it the way you're seeing it. But this is what Mr. Keshe is saying. We make the rules, or there are no rules. It's all up to you. You sort of write it. I think this is what I've been trying to stress. Again, you allow the flower to bloom on its own. You don't dictate to it when the right time is or how many petals and leaves and the rest. So this is what Mr. Keshe is saying. We're all going to create this understanding based on our, or create this based on our own understanding and not replicating someone else's understanding. And not to take away from anything you're sharing, I think there's a lot of valuable knowledge in there. It's just, I can't, for example, you know, you talk about the X, Y, and Z axis. We see the plasma, well, the Earth rotating on its axis. I guess you'd call that the Z rotation, but we don't really see the Y or the X sort of axis. These are just energies. And when we're in that plasma ball, if we do enter into the plasma ball, how do we pick the X, Y, or Z? I don't think it's, I think they're all mixed up in a way. They're all sort of rotating in maybe different directions or maybe the same direction. But to me, it's a whole interaction of fields. How do you pick the Y or the Z or the X axis to do something with?
Yeah, Mark. So this is a terrific question because one of the things about the layers is that they, you know, first of all, are in different positions and have different densities, but they also have different characteristics. And that is to say, because of the characteristics of laminar flow. Okay, so each lamination is a containment unit. And sailors, you've heard sailors who you know, follow the trade winds. And why do they call them the trade winds is because these are the winds that they use across the Atlantic Ocean. And then there's the doldrums. And why do they avoid the doldrums? Because they don't have the wind. So, you know, by changing the position, you can go from the doldrums to the trade winds. Okay, so you're good with that, Mark?
Yes.
Ooh, you're so shy. Okay. How about another thing? You've heard of the westerlies?
The westerlies.
Yeah, the westerly winds.
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
I'm sure I've heard the term, but it
Oh, have you
doesn't.
heard of the term the jet stream?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so the jet stream, whether it's the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, comes from the westerlies. And the thing of why is it a jet stream? You know, if the jet stream was at ground level, you would have to pretty well walk, you know, at a steep angle to the ground.
You'd be living underground most likely.
Okay, so fortunately, the westerlies are above the ground, and you know, way above our you know, immediate biosphere. But you know, planes will use the westerlies, and because it'll conserve fuel, right?
Mhm.
So you know, the trip from North America to Europe is a lot faster than the trip from Europe to North America, and uses less fuel. But you know, the planes are not want to, you know, travel through the westerlies, so they will travel over, you know, Greenland to come back. And so to answer your question, you have a laminar containment of a jet stream, and you have a different laminar containment on the surface. And it's when you have something like a tornado, you know, when Gail was talking about the conical slinky, well, that's kind of what a tornado does, and it kind of, you know, brings the high winds from the upper atmosphere to the lower atmosphere, and then of course you have a bigger wind change. We call it a hurricane or a cyclone or a typhoon. And really, the only difference in terminology is geographical. So, but you know, if you are able to mitigate the weather, well, then that gives you a lot of control. The question then becomes is, are you qualified? Do you have enough knowledge? You know, how are you able to exercise control over something that you don't really understand what it means to control it? Because as happy as you are to control it, the earth is even happier when you leave. Thanks, everybody, for allowing me to present today.
Yes, let's see if someone else has a question, a comment, an exception, a misunderstanding, perhaps you'd like cleared up, or you may want to state your own understanding. Again, I'm not thinking lately in physical movement at all with the winds or the movement or catching this field or that. I'm just trying to change the strength of the field or something along that line without any physical movement. I don't think you need to physically move to explore any parts of the universe or this planet. This is what Mr. Keshe is saying. He doesn't have to move the physicality anymore. He's learned how to connect to a point and be an observer in that point. And this is what I'm looking into or trying to replicate in so many ways. You don't have to move physically anywhere. This is what we see in the planets video. What we see in the depths of the universe, we see in the depths of the soul of the man. So do we have to physically move anywhere other than to connect to fields and be that observer? But triggering it is, again, where I'm stuck. But we're getting there step by step, slowly. We're coming into the knowledge, all of us. Anyone else want to bring something else up? Do you want to mention anything? I know Saeed left, but he did say, mahalo, Mark, what does Mr. Keshe? We can make computer microchips with emotion. Yeah, Mr. Keshe did go through that in the workshop a little bit. I guess recently and probably years ago, he's been looking into this. I know we talked about the GANS computer or the GANS brain and its potential. And apparently we will be moving in this direction of emotions and brain cells embedded within microchips. Anyone have any thoughts on this? I think it'll make the AI a lot friendlier and perhaps more acceptable to many. I know many are skeptical of it because it's going to replace a lot of simple jobs on this planet, let's say, or maybe even some of the more complex ones. All right, if we don't have any further questions or comments or anything anyone wants to bring, I think I'm going to play that 12-minute video regarding you write the rules according to your own understanding. Anyone else? All right, I'll have to take the screen. Is there anything
Thanks,
else?
Mark.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Again, it's just my lack of understanding of your understanding that's causing me some frustration today. And again, this is a follow-up by Ivan from one of his last interactions where he's trying to understand and generate this rotating plasma and feeling the difference of the fields. And Mr. Keshe goes into a little bit deeper understanding of how he handles it. I know Ivan was trying to get some trigger points or something else, but Mr. Keshe kept saying it's all the way you want to do it. It's all the way you feel comfortable with doing it, and no one else's understanding. And this should, if we can accomplish this, again, we can look into ourselves for the answers rather than outside. But again, that's just my way of approaching it at this point in time. So you write the rules according to your own understanding and your own fields and your own energies. I think this is quite instructive for all of us to listen to.
Yes, we have a hand up here with Ivan. Ivan, could you go ahead, please?
Hi everybody, hi Mr. Keshe. That's Ivan from Bulgaria. I just want to continue the previous conversation that we had like some workshops ago, where you said that I have to rotate the soul plasma in the middle. So I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly, so I would just describe my experience with it a little bit. So I would like to tell me if I am on the right path. Because I try to rotate it like from the left to the right with my intention. And in the beginning, it's very difficult to feel it, but after some time, it starts to feel like a ball or some ball of energy that is going in my head. And I feel the interaction. I can even spin the fields down around the spine. It's very interesting. Is this supposed to be the feeling when you rotate the plasma?
It depends on how you want to do it, as you said. And I'm not there, I don't know the feeling. What do you feel?
Well, I meant, what did you feel when you rotated, or what
I
the
don't
other felt?
rotate it. No, I never rotated. That's I'm not a Sufi. No, is understanding with the interaction.
Well, basically the soul is in the middle and it's made, the other fields around it are made of the same fields that it is made of. So if I move it to the left or the right, I should feel like interaction with the fields around it. Is this correct?
It's like when you, you know, when you close your eyes and you feel somebody is behind you or next to you, you don't need to open your eyes to feel them. You feel their presence. It's the same kind of feeling, and you decide where.
It is something very interesting that I almost managed to do. I try to, because I feel like two fields that are coming from the bottom of the feet, like a spiral to the top. And I try to rotate the field to push the soul down. And I almost felt like the field around me that I can push the environment out. Is this supposed to be this soul expansion, like you said? Or I'm just pressing the field out, I'm not expanding? I don't know how to say it, like, when you push the air into the balloon,
Different,
almost...
You're not the only one. Different knowledge seekers are achieving a different way. Different knowledge, because you're not the only one who's a number of knowledge, because I get the writing they write to us, we hear it. A number of knowledge seekers have started this emotion, some with two fields, some with one field, some rotating it up, some feeding from the foot up. It's all depends on how you feel comfortable to do it, to achieve, to understand the other part of yourself, and nothing else. And
so it makes no difference if I take from the bottom or from the top?
It all depends how, you know, I always said, you count the number of the stars and planets in the universe and unicos. Each one is individual, each one is made in a specific way, and not two of them are exactly the same. So is the same with the creation of and motion and emotion of the soul of the man. How you transmute it, how you transfer it, how you make it physically manifest. And always said, if you been in some of the old teachings, you take off from, let's say, London, you go to New York. In the time between the two places, you're not a citizen of the planet Earth, you're citizens of atmosphere of the Earth. You're not counted as, let's say, British, and you're not counted as American because you have left one and not arrived in the other yet. It's the same with the creation. There are many empty spaces and many souls in motion, souls of universe, that they have not manifested and that are still on the way of arrival to manifest themselves. And how they were manifested and how they manifest themselves and is what is manifested is what is left as when it's left, all depends on how much is on the way and how much is in the empty space cap of the universe. We travel from London to New York and we are citizens of then, and we have no existence in either point. So are the souls fields between what we see as planets and stars, and in between them as emptiness, where they are the same as traveling from A to B. They're citizens of none, but on transmutation, And how did they decide to transmute? Are they going from London to New York with a ship, with a donkey, with an airplane, with a jumbo jet, with a God knows what? You understand? So what method you choose and how you manifest at the other end is decision of you. You have to find out which method suits you.
And I just want to say here that it just goes to show we're all looking for the cookie cutter way of doing this, but there is no cookie cutter way. It's the way, whatever triggers in you, the way you feel comfortable, what you decide, and how this works. And each of us have a unique structure, similar but yet unique. So the cookie cutter method, we're looking for the answers, but the answers are within us and where we feel comfortable in manifesting or how we actually apply this. And I think it's unique to every single star, which we know we all are. So that's why when we're looking for the answers and something that fits everyone, I don't think it's going to be there. It's what you decide to do and how you decide to do it and how comfortable you feel doing it.
What I mean that
there's no one way written that we have to do.
yeah, I understand. I wanted to ask if this pushing of this field that I feel it, that I can almost push the environment out, because I feel it like very weak, like I cannot like really make it strong.
I'm not there. I'm not the feeling. I'm not those feels to tell you. It's how you feel. This you have to learn about yourself.
I mean, is this the right way to go? This is what I meant. Is because I don't know anybody that is doing it, you know.
I answered you. If you don't understand, there is no rule book. You write the rules according to your own understanding and your own fields and your own energies.
But how would this feel for somebody who already achieved it, to put my question in another way? If I start from the end to back, if I achieve it, how would this feel?
I cannot tell you because I do it so normally. To me, it's in second part of my life, or maybe first part of my life. And I don't need to do it. It's there naturally.
So is this like, I'm just thinking of a very simple example, like whistling. You know it's there. It's part of your life. You can whistle by just putting your lips together and whistling. It's there all the time. You don't have to use it all the time, but it's there. So this is what Mr. Keshe, I think it's there in all of us all the time. It's just we're so frantic in trying to find this cookie cutter method of doing it that we miss what triggers ourselves, perhaps. Just a thought.
You understand? But it's come from the experience. It's come from trying. I used to transmute or whatever you call it, fly or whatever, since I was 8, 9, 10. I made an art of it, how to fly in a physical dimension. I used to put my hand next to me, I used to go, let's go up and see how far you go. Let's go somewhere else. And then my brother, bless his soul, he said, where are you going? Sometimes you're not to bed. I said, I go to toilet because I wasn't in bed when he used to wake up. He comes to come to brother and I wasn't in my bed. I learned this technique and now I don't actually need to leave the physical body. I go, it's here, but it's everywhere else. I have sat in cabinet meetings without anyone knowing, and I know what decisions they made because I wanted to be there to know what decision is.
So you mean that when we transmute, you can leave the body out just to sleep and you can go wherever you want?
Either way, depends what you learn and what you're good at. Depends what you're good at. You still have at the end of it come to physicality and carry it out in physical condition. You understand? Because in this moment of time, the science does not accept. All people don't. They call it a dream. They call it, oh, whatever. Man is not mature to understand. This is what I keep on saying. I've said many times. When people came to Lens, I told them, whatever you say, we accept, because you taking the journey. It's your soul who's traveled, not mine.
Okay, thank you. I think I will practice more and we'll see what comes out of it.
Yeah, you have to learn to practice make it perfect. But it's about you and nobody else. That's why it cannot be any religion in space, because everything is individual, cut by you for you. But if you follow the ethos, you have to understand the reason you're doing it. And then you find out there's another way to do it. Trying to achieve, to satisfy your capabilities or ability, is much harder than trying to elevate someone else with it. Any other question?
Okay, so again, it's all depending on how you understand it and how you apply it, and you write your own rule book. Anyone want to make any comments about this? Okay, it's just something for all of us to think about. Again, that cookie cutter example, there's no one size fits all. I think we need to remember that in our understanding of the plasma, especially in the movement of the energies. It's what triggers you and what you feel comfortable with. I want to thank you all for joining us today. Thank you, Alex, for bringing another in-depth teaching. And as we've been used to saying here, may you be proud of the work you do, and may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. We haven't seen a big difference made, but we know we're building and building up momentum into that direction. And of course, always keep the three wise men close to you. I think they create a huge shielding effect, a balancing effect by thinking good and speaking good and acting good. But again, this is for you to apply. No one else can apply them for you. It's up to you and your understanding and what it means to you. So we thank you all for being here, carrying, and again, it's not a coincidence that you're here. Your soul has brought you here for a bigger dimension of work, which will come in the upcoming time, or perhaps in the next few months or years. We'll have to see how this all shakes out. But as I said earlier, I think the most important work we can do right now is to use your energies to elevate other souls in certain positions on this planet, and we all know who we're talking about. And I think we should add in the scientific world as well, that a breakthrough can happen with many of these scientists in their understanding or their acceptance of this. I know the Chinese government actually removed some scientists who were opposed to, or saying they can't understand it and it doesn't work, but I think they were overridden. Hopefully they'll be overridden in other countries too, because this technology needs to be brought out on this planet. And we're doing the work, we're in the background, we're elevating the souls, and we're understanding more. And at some point, we'll be able to teach this and with a full understanding. So thank you all for giving a few hours of your life today and every Sunday that you're here. And of course, it's just to add to our knowledge that we can then share with the others. So thank you all for carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet. I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will, whoops, let me just bring that back up, and the meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts or questions or anything anyone was saving for later that you may want to bring up now before we close? Okay, let's play the disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all again for your service to the community, to humanity, to the Creator, and to the Unicos. Have a great rest of your day.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.